Yeah, table of course. Nice to meet you.
Alrighty, everybody, we are gonna get started. If everybody could finish up their conversations.
Yeah, we're staying for lunch. Thank you. I already unmuted us and started our video. Anyone want
Well, good morning, everybody. We're so happy to have you out here in Nucla. Let's give a big round of applause to start for the community for having us here. So a little bit of a fun fact about how gracious these people, this community has been. This community center actually part of it burned down a few years ago, and they've just recently finished some of the renovations here. So we're so happy to be in this beautiful new renovated space that they have for us. And then also they hurried up these last few weeks and got fiber put in for us so that we would have great connectivity today. So too bad we're not talking about telecommunications this week, but we're so grateful for how much of a wonderful host community it has been, and we're just excited to spend the next couple of days here. So let's go ahead and get started. And my name is Brittany Dixon. I'm the Executive Director of Club 20. Most of you know me, but if you don't, I'd love to get to know you a little bit better. Thank you for joining us, and let's go ahead and get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag is over on that wall over there. I pledge allegiance Alrighty, so a couple of housekeeping items before I turn it over for some more welcoming remarks. We have lovely homemade cinnamon rolls and muffins over there from some of the folks in the community. So please take advantage of those. They are just absolutely delicious. Fresh coffee, waters in the kitchen through those doors there around the corner through the hallway. There is a kitchen that has cold refreshments in the fridge. So please help yourself to those anytime throughout the day. And then the restrooms are also in that hallway there. If you are coming up towards this direction, there are some cords. We taped them down, did our best we could, but for the speakers, this is a wired mic. So if you are moving around, just be careful to one, not blind yourself by the projector, and two, not to trip over this. And if you want to, hold it or whatever, it shouldn't make too many noises. But I think for the most part, that's everything that I have for you all. Again, we're just so excited. Oh, thank you. Yes, and if you are not seated in front of a tabletop mic and have a question throughout the duration of today, this is for the folks online. Please make sure to use the microphone. So either come up to the table where there is a microphone, or we do have the question table over there. And please don't try to set up camp there. If you grab your coffee or have conversations, this room does get pretty echoey. So try to make sure that that space is kind of cleared out. And then I would love to invite Ms. Amy Tucker up here to welcome us formally to the community, and then we will hand it over also to Ms. Candy Meehan.
Thank you so much for coming to the West End. We're really excited to have you. The community's just been really come together, definitely, and made this happen. A little bit about the town of Nucla. So it was started by the Colorado Cooperative Company back in 1894. It was started in Denver, and there was a group of people up there that was trying to get away from their tyrannical landlords. And so they were looking for a place to come where they couldn't be moved. And that was all their own. And they sent a gentleman out, his name was B.L. Smith, and he ended up in Placerville, and he actually got sick in Placerville. And while he was there, a gentleman pointed him to Nucla, which Tabawatch Park is what he called it. And Tabawatch is a Ute Indian word for sunny side of the hill, or a place where the snow melts first. And so this company came in and decided this is where they were going to be. And so it was a socialist colony, and their main goal was to build this irrigation canal. And it took them 9 years, and they dug it, and it's 18 miles. And on July 4th, 1904, they finally brought water to the park. And so our 4th of July, we call it Water Days. So that's, that's the history of our town. Agriculture and farming has definitely been the staple economy over the years, but it's really an interesting area. Nucla is a rendition of nucleus, the center. So just thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you and welcome to our utopia.
Now, not directly from this exact community, we do have Miss Candy Meehan here, who is the mayor of the town of Norwood.
Well, I'd like to welcome everybody here, came far and wide and you got to drive through either the Dolores National area or you came through Montrose. Either way that you got here, you got to touch a little bit of God's country. So thank you so much for the drive. We got a call a few months ago and got to make lemonade out of lemons. Yeah, for the Gunnison Bridge. Anyway, we're hoping that you all will take some time, just enjoy the scenery and dig your fingers back into rural living. We have as many challenges as the metropolis areas, except for the fact that we're small. We have to utilize our resources in different ways, and we really have to know how to collaborate together to get things done. And that is one of the benefits and the beauty of Club 20, is because it gives areas like ours opportunities to talk to you and find out that we're not so small, we're not so different, and that we're better together. Thank you for your time.
Alrighty, so we are also joined by some of our lovely federal delegates today and their staff members. So we are going to start with Senator Bennett's office. We have both John Whitney and Hillary Henry here. So if we want to invite them up, let's give them a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. John and I are going to tag team an update here this morning. We're really excited to be back here in Nucla and spend some time here. I just wanted to start off talking a little bit about the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the CHIPS Act. So 3 big pieces of legislation that went through Congress a few years ago, and that we're getting to an exciting place now because we are seeing funding hit the ground. Earlier this year, our office was writing about 1 grant letter of support per day, which is what we like to see. We are very focused on getting as much of that funding as we can to Colorado. And so please keep us busy. Anytime you're going after federal funds, we are always happy to get you a letter of support. And then on the back end, as you're trying to put those funds into action, if you run into any issues or need any help, we are always there to help and assist and make sure that we spend those funds in the best way we possibly can. So some of the recent successes we've had with that funding is that we're seeing $3 million deployed to help Colorado small farms, businesses, and ranches deploy clean energy. We've got over $100 million for road construction and bus infrastructure, and $16 million to expand apprenticeship programs in Colorado. So big dollars and really exciting, and that's just in the last few months. And in addition to those 3 big pieces of the legislation, we've also seen some great congressionally directed spending wins get off the ground recently. So Marillac Health, which is a community clinic in Clifton, just broke ground on Monday this week. The community campus for early childhood education just also had their grand opening in Clifton. And I just got word that Natarita is going to soon be able to access funds for their wastewater project here. So really exciting stuff. And we're really glad to see that we're investing in Colorado communities and that Coloradans are leading the way in how we should be spending our federal resources. And then finally, I know Brittany said that we weren't talking about tech and telecom, but I am going to talk about tech and telecom just a little bit. And because I think it's really exciting, the Colorado Broadband Office just put out their plans for how they are going to sub-grant out the 826 million that they got to deploy broadband infrastructure, and that's based off of Senator Bennett's Bridge Act. And they're currently in a public comment period, and then we expect grant awards to be made in late 2024, early 2025. So if you have places in your communities that are not connected, I really encourage you to get in touch with the Colorado Broadband Office if you are not. There's going to be a lot of funding out there to make sure that we get every home and business connected. And we would like to see that spent well. So please get in touch with them if you haven't been already. Okay, so that's federal funding. I'm going to pivot a little bit since we're also talking about water today and wanted to talk a little bit about mussels. I'm sure you all saw the news last week that the larvae of the invasive zebra mussels were found in the Colorado River. That's very concerning. The mussels can be devastating to aquatic ecosystems. And so we are right now getting in touch with our partners at the Grand Valley Water Users Association, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and Colorado River District. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit of feedback. To understand what the immediate needs are and to make sure that we can help them as they are doing everything they can to stop that from spreading further. In the big picture, Senator Bennett for years, and John Whitney will give us some more background and context on this, has been working to make sure that these aquatic nuisance species don't spread. He's supported funding since 2010. In 2018 and 2022, we got provisions in the Water Resources Development Act for boat inspection. And last year we introduced additional legislation that would give new authorities to the Bureau of Reclamation for boat inspection and ensure that all at-risk basins are eligible and prioritized for funding. So we're hopeful that it's looking very likely that that act will be passed later this year as part of an outdoor recreation package. I think we have work to do immediately based off of this new infestation, but we're also looking long-term for more funding in ways we can support and make sure that our waterways stay clear. And with that, I'll hand it over to John.
Thanks, Hillary. John Whitney, Senior Advisor for Public Lands for Senator Bennett, based out of Durango. And just real quick on the mussels, yeah, for years, the state of Colorado and local water districts have really had to bear the cost of trying to prevent the catastrophe from getting mussels established in the upper Colorado River Basin. We've long wanted to avoid that. It's long been a priority of the state, but the federal government really hasn't been there to help enough with that effort. We've tried for many years. We've got some provisions in some WRDA bills, some Water Resource Development Acts to authorize some activity from the Bureau to really get in the game and join state local governments doing more activities, particularly to protect Bureau of Reclamation facilities like McPhee and Kerr County and others. But yeah, it hasn't been enough. So we're very hopeful we get that bill passed at the end of this year and really step up the federal involvement in that effort. But the main thing I want to talk about today is a couple of years back when Congress was passing the Inflation Reduction Act, which was a big budget bill. There was an opportunity to get some funding for the Colorado River Basin, and Senator Bennett and a couple other senators held out their support for the bill until we could secure $4 billion for the Colorado River Basin. And that money has mostly been allocated to the lower basin to date. But last week, the Bureau finally announced what we sometimes call the Bucket 2 funds. So there's now $450 million on the table for the upper basin, which we're excited about. This is really a chance for us to go big and transformative and get something really big done in the upper Colorado. And really the main one we're focused on is the Shoshone water right on the Colorado River. For those not familiar with that water right just upstream from Glenwood, it's a very, very senior water right, dates from 1902. And that right being in place, which is now up for grabs because Xcel is gonna eventually shut down that hydroelectric project they run there, and they're the ones that hold the right. But there's been years of quiet conversation with Xcel and the Colorado River District and others so that there's an agreement in place to allow Xcel to sell that water right to the Colorado River District or perhaps the state. Won't be cheap. The total cost is around $100 million. But if we get it done, we can really secure that right, which will really prevent a lot of future front range diversions, because if you have that right anchored there outside of Glenwood, it really prevents unallocated water from being diverted to the front range. So it's really, really critical to the West Slope and really all the way downstream. So a lot of folks have worked on this. The Colorado River District has really led the effort. They've now raised more than 50 million towards the purchase price. The state put in 20 through Colorado Water Conservation Board. The district put in 20, and then, little, smaller governments and water districts all around the Western Slope have pitched in money. Everyone from Glenwood Springs to Eagle County, Grand Valley Water Users, Grand Valley Irrigation, broadly supported, but really it's time for the federal government to get in the game and contribute their fair share. So we're going to work closely with the district and others. They're going to put in an application for this funds, and we're really excited about the opportunity to hopefully bring some significant federal funds to bear there. That money is also open to other folks. Any local government can apply, tribe, city, town, water district. I know there's a lot of people looking at it. The minimum project that you can apply for is 300,000. There's going to be an October 14th deadline. Here in this basin down south, we're looking at some major projects, could be up to 40, 50 million to really rebuild a lot of antiquated water infrastructure that really needs that. Some of it that hasn't been rebuilt since hasn't been touched since the 1890s. And so we're working with a number of local entities around the state to get some good applications in and hopefully get our fair share of that money. And just one thing I'll mention briefly, obviously the Dolores River and the proposed monument's been a big issue. We're going to really hit that in detail tomorrow at the public lands update. But I'll just say both Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennett have had the opportunity to be out on the ground. Senator Bennett was here earlier this summer for 3 days, listening and meeting with folks, had a lot of really good, productive conversations. A lot of good thoughts came out of that. And we'll talk more tomorrow about next steps on that and take a deeper dive into it. But both Hillary and I will be here. Lisa's going to be here later from Senator Hickenlooper's office. So if anyone wants to have side conversations or visit why we're here, happy to do that. And with that, I'll pass it to whoever's next.
Director with Senator Hickenlooper's office. Perfect.
Can y'all hear me?
Give us one moment. We will put the microphone in front of it so that everybody can hear it louder. Okay, try it again now.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent. And I love knowing that I'm on a huge screen in front of everyone. But hi, I'm the Southwest Regional Director for Senator Hickenlooper, based in Durango, and I will be in Nucla later today. So I'll get to see everyone in person very soon, and see you all tomorrow as well. So thanks to Hillary for highlighting all the, and John Whitney for highlighting all the federal investments coming to the Western Slope. I mean, we really see dollars every week come in, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. I just wanted to highlight, just a month ago, the USDA, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act, announced that Delta Montrose Electric Association was selected to receive a partially forgivable $72 million loan to fund the construction of their 20 megawatt solar array with lots of battery storage. So the array is estimated to account for approximately 10% of DMEA's overall load and will produce enough energy to power roughly 7,000 homes. So there's, and Hillary highlighted a lot of examples. John highlighted a lot of examples. So it's just something that we're continuing to celebrate. I see business affairs is on the docket for today. Senator Hickenlooper sits on 3 different committees that has a nexus with business. Just want to make you all aware of that. So that way, we always have an open door policy. Please come with me with any business issues. He sits on the health education or the health committee, which stands for health education, labor and pensions. So that handles, healthcare, labor, education policies. And specifically, he's on the subcommittee on employment and workforce safety, and does a lot of apprenticeship policy within that. Hillary mentioned there's a lot of apprenticeship investments coming to Colorado too, which has been very exciting. He's on the committee on small business and entrepreneurship. So that's the oversight of the Small Business Administration. And then also the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. And specifically within that, he's the chairman of the Consumer Protection, Product Safety, and Data Security Subcommittee. And so within that one, there's actually been a lot of AI conversations and how to make sure that we're strengthening data privacy to protect consumers and businesses. And then just recently, Senator Hickenlooper introduced the Simplifying Subcontracting Act, which is legislation that would make it easier for small businesses to apply for contracts with the federal government. So that's just a couple of things on business, but back to energy. So Senator Hickenlooper sits on the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee. And that committee has made permitting reform a priority. So Hickenlooper recently introduced 2 bills to build upon the committee's work to address comprehensive permitting reform. The first one is the Big Wires Act, and that one will really update and streamline the country's patchwork energy transmission system. And just earlier this year, some think tanks found that this legislation would really help lower electricity costs and better protect utilities better protect utilities when there are extreme weather events. And then the other bill that he's the primary sponsor of is the Speed and Reliability Act, which so currently both the Department of Energy and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, must conduct environmental reviews for the same proposed transmission line. And so this legislation would just instead require a single environmental review by FERC. And it allows state and federal reviews to happen simultaneously, and it will likely reduce these timelines by several years. We've heard, upwards or more than 5 years, which would be great. So we've seen great progress with these bills, and just this week, Senators Manchin and Brasso put forward a bipartisan permitting proposal that includes key policies from both of these bills that I mentioned. In the water sphere, so, we all know that the Colorado River is really at a critical moment because of the dramatic impact of drought on the basin in recent years. And because of the negotiation that the basin states are holding on future operations of the river. So it's really essential that we all work towards long-term resilience for Colorado and the basin for the sake of everyone, our communities, tribes, farms, economies, habitats. Senator Hickenlooper, as many of you know, convened a Colorado River caucus to take a basin-wide look at the problem, and it's really it's been working well so far to maintain an open dialogue across all stakeholders to push forward solutions to promote real water savings that benefit everyone, and using carrots, and not sticks. It's a big priority of my boss. He's also leading a bill to reauthorize a program to help endangered fish in the upper Colorado River Basin while allowing for water use. That bill is widely supported by many stakeholders across the western slope. He also introduced a bipartisan bill to extend the system conservation pilot program, to extend the current pilot program through 2026 as to basically coincide when the operational rules expire in 2026. And let's see, there are also some two bipartisan bills to reauthorize some important Bureau of Reclamation programs. So one is to extend some key Department of Interior programs for stream gauge monitoring, groundwater monitoring, and drought planning. And then another one would secure water infrastructure and prepare drought contingency plans and just overall improve water monitoring. So those are some of the key points I'll touch on for today and save the rest for tomorrow, and looking forward to seeing everyone. When I don't have to be on a huge screen in front of everyone.
And I am going to now open it up, and I'm sorry I had you guys sit down first. If there are any direct questions for either Senator Hickenlooper or Senator Bennett staff, Senator Bennett staff is in the room right now, and then Lisa will be joining us later. But if there's any direct questions right now, let's open the floor up for about 5 minutes of questions for the senators. And if you are using the microphones, make sure to turn it on and wait a couple of seconds, and then ask your question, speak directly into it, and don't turn it, and then as soon as you're done, turn it off so we don't get feedback. Questions, Jeff?
Jeff Moeller, Lake City. Hey, I've got a question regarding zebra mussels. I remember 20 or 25 years ago when zebra mussels were entering the Great Lakes, and a lot of people thought, oh gosh, this is overblown, people are making a big deal out of it, but there's a fairly significant risk to hydroelectric plants, right? Particularly where zebra mussels get in and settle and grow and live. That was one thing, but my real question is, aren't zebra mussels, can't they be carried by migratory waterfowl?
I can't speak to the biology of zebra mussel transmission specifically, but I do know, I would agree with you wholeheartedly that all the mussels pose a dramatic risk to hydroelectric facilities. And that's really why we've tried to encourage the Bureau of Reclamation to get more in the game on this, because, you know, if you look at the lower Colorado River Basin, where a lot of the water infrastructure is really badly infested, the Bureau spends millions of dollars every year just to go out and literally scrape the pipes and the plumbing of the lower Colorado just to get those mussels knocked back enough just to let the water flow through. So what we've tried to do is encourage the Bureau, let's be proactive on this in the upper basin, put the full force of the Bureau and other federal agencies at work to help assist the states and local governments and water districts to really, you know, an ounce of prevention is far better than, you know, getting infected and then fighting it off. So that's really been the approach. Honestly, we haven't had a ton of success in Congress. It just hasn't been viewed as a big enough priority, but Senator Bennett with his bipartisan bill with Senator Daines is going to keep fighting it. Hopefully with this new bad news in the upper Colorado, we'll have some success in getting more federal funding to try and join the fight and help it keep it from getting worse.
It seems like we spend a lot of money on inspections and things like that. And I know I could be in line waiting to get the boat inspected and watch these flying overhead thinking, oh, that's interesting. And so maybe there's better ways, learning from the folks in the Great Lakes region of killing off little suckers before they take a hold.
Yeah, I couldn't speak to that exactly, but I know the Great Lakes really struggles with it too. So hopefully we can avoid their fate.
Any other questions?
So this is Merritt Linky, Grand County Commissioner. This question is for you, John. Actually, two parts to the same question, and that's regarding the money allocated for the Shoshone project. I really appreciate that. That's a huge step that's been worked on for years. And all 5 of the counties from Grand all the way to Mesa have contributed money. So my question then for you is, how do we access that money? Is it a grant process to get that money, to get this thing to the close to 100 million as you mentioned? And second is there going to be strings attached to it that makes it like, no, maybe we don't want to do that?
Well, you put your finger right on where that policy discussion is at. We are hopeful the Bureau will be willing to fund it. We have been talking to them for many months to try and lay the groundwork for this formal application that will be assembled by the Colorado River District. But there's many other folks that will be involved in those decisions. The Upper Colorado River Commission is one, but we think things are lined up to make a good, strong push. The Commissioner of Reclamation is definitely aware that this is a priority for Colorado and a priority to Senator Bennett. So the application won't be a surprise, but there are some technical details to be worked out. Maybe one unresolved issue is, how exactly the water right will be held. Is it, the River District, the right entity? I think some folks would say perhaps the state of Colorado historically has usually held those in-stream flows and water rights. And so there's some discussion and give and take on that. But through it all, I think what Senator Bennett will try and do is just support the state and the district to get in there and get that money allocated and get as much as we can from the Bureau of Reclamation and hopefully work out those details with all the partners.
Any other questions? Yes. Backler from Durango, and I just wanted to, it's not a question, it's a comment, and I want to thank Senator Hickenlooper for his leadership on permit reform, and was really excited to see the Mansion Barrasso bill come out with comprehensive permit reform. I volunteer with Citizen Climate Lobby, and that's been a big priority of ours for last year. Thank you.
Glad to hear it. Thanks for sharing.
All right. Let's give them another round of applause.
So then next, we do have Ms. Naomi Dobbs from Congresswoman Bobert's office. She is the Southwest Regional Representative, and she's gonna make her way up here. Feel free to stand behind the podium, but it's kind of tall.
Tell me to be careful, record for obvious reasons. Thank you so much, Brittany. My name is Naomi Dobbs. I'm Congresswoman Bobert's Southwest Colorado Regional Director. And also here today is the Congresswoman's District Director, Clarice Navarro. And we are both going to be here throughout the day today and tomorrow. We encourage you to come up and ask us questions, and we're happy to speak with you on any of the issues that are being addressed and those that are not. On behalf of Congresswoman Bobert, I do want to thank Club 20 for organizing this 2-week summer meeting. And we also thank the businesses and individual sponsors that are covering the cost for this. Thank you so much. Now, I've learned the routine. Senator Hickenlooper and Bennett's office do a wonderful job of giving you some of those data facts. So I'm not going to repeat that. And instead of listing off legislative information, I'm going to share 1 to 2 significant congressional level highlights that are new and you may not be aware of from Congresswoman Bobert's office that of course are related to energy, water, and business. And I'm aware that the Dolores Monument and NCA has connections with all of these issues, but we'll reserve that update for tomorrow. There's also another congressional level subject which applies to kind of all of the above, and it's not been discussed yet and it needs a mention, and that is the Chevron doctrine, which was recently overturned by the Supreme Court. And as you know, Congresswoman Bobert is consistently focused on addressing federal agency overreach, and this Chevron reversal of agency deference will help put power back in the hands of we the people. And in addition to approaching the Congresswoman's office for letters of support, I want you to be aware that you can also approach any of the congressional representatives' offices for clarification questions. And now that we're in a little uncharted territory in this new category of Chevron and agency regulation, there is a organization within the federal government called the Congressional Research Services, and your members of Congress have access to that. So if at onset you have a business or you and your work for the community, if you're in a government leadership locally and you have a concern that maybe there's a federal regulation that is impeding your business or making it difficult for you to serve your constituents, you can reach out and ask for questions if that regulation is something that might be
amended or reconsidered or excluded in any way based on this new regulation. It's new uncharted territory, but I encourage you, if you're running into the bureaucratic red tape, that you think maybe we can help you clear through, we're happy to address those questions. And we'll talk about that more in a little bit tomorrow. Also, I want to give you an example that Congresswoman Bob's office is currently working with the Southern Indian Tribe on just this thing that I mentioned, a federal agency correction that is needed to benefit tribes across the nation, which will likely apply this new precedent. So it is practical and worthy of consideration. We're happy to help if we can. Interestingly, the Southern Indian Tribe provides all of Colorado and the nation with pretty much one of the best examples of what energy production could look like with a reined-in federal bureaucracy. And it's an important for you each here today to be aware of this example. So I want to take this opportunity to share it. Earlier this year, Congresswoman Boebert's office participated in the first ever Native American Mining and Energy Sovereignty Symposium. And it was amazing, and Mayor Meehan was also there. So if you want more information, I encourage you to reach out to Mayor Meehan or our Congresswoman Boebert's office. But it took place in Ignacio, and it was hosted by the Southern Indian Tribe, organized by the Colorado School of Mines. And it was very well attended, especially for a first of its kind, but it was a national scope. There were tribal entities from across the nation, energy producers and energy related organizations, and multiple federal agencies. So it's a good opportunity for you in the energy sector to have some interesting access and gain information in a symposium that's not yet done before, has not been done before, but will be repeated. So I encourage you to attend. And from that symposium, there was a opportunity to tour what is called Coyote Clean. And so if you haven't heard of that, I want to emphasize that because this is what energy production could look like with some pulling back on the bureaucracy. Coyote Clean is believed to be the world's only full-scale zero carbon emission natural gas power generation facility owned by the Southern Ute Tribe and located in Ignacio. And it's actually not fair to say zero emission because it's actually a net negative emissions that actually gathers atmospheric carbon and pulls that into the system. So the Southern Ute Tribe was able to combine their environmental responsibility, business ingenuity, and without being hamstrung by the federal regulations, we're able to produce this kind of one-of-a-kind facility. And so very important. And this is kind of an example of what can be achieved when you start questioning that regulation, which we now have the opportunity to do. So moving to water, again, there are multiple updates on Congresswoman Boebert's website, and I want you to be aware, especially those of you that are local government and regional, that her main focus on congressional directed spending and community project funding is in infrastructure and water infrastructure. That's a main focus. However, I want to share some new information from just last week related to water. Last week, Congresswoman Boebert's office had opportunity to meet with officials in Albuquerque in the Office for the Army Corps of Engineers. And USACE shared that they're taking a new approach to engage primarily in the district rather than DC. It's like a culture shift for them. And their objective is to identify projects which need funding. And there was an emphasis by USACE on water projects, and they'll be seeking that information locally, which we're very encouraged to hear. And additionally, in response to this new information, Congresswoman Boebert's office informed USACE on the Southwestern Water Conservation District's new pilot program. So, and if you haven't heard of this, again, this is some new data that you really, flag it, come talk to us. But the Water Conservation District's new pilot program is called the Water Conservation and Infrastructure Program. And it's really interesting to understand that this is a great model of what needs to be done in rural America for our water users, water providers. The program provides lost my voice there, provides a way to combine all of the individual projects throughout a basin that are primarily rural. And so we don't have what Denver has. We don't have large staffs to go after these large pockets and buckets of federal dollars that were just discussed earlier. So for the water sector, this water conservation infrastructure program is providing first ever consolidated database of what all the projects are in our region. And then also using that group to assist one another in identifying which is good funding for you, provide letters of support for one another. And so it is the kind of cooperation that will help us in rural America, rural Colorado, be stronger competitors for these federal dollars. So I really want you to be aware of that. It really fills a funding challenge for our rural water entities. And then finally, on the topic of business affairs, and I think the emphasis here today is going to be on housing. Last year, Congresswoman Boebert's office helped facilitate a meeting with representatives from the building associations, and that was held in Durango, after which Congresswoman Boebert's office then worked with a builder in attendance. And I know this seems like a minute thing to bring up, but I want to share this because it is a good example and hope it picks up your attention. We can talk about it more later. But in attendance was Redstone's Timber Frames, Inc. And they had submitted an application here recently to the USDA Wood Innovations Funding Opportunity Program. Congresswoman Boebert's office was able to provide some assistance with them, letters of support, and they were funded. And the reason I bring this up here is because the program that was funded is very unique. It uses dead and fallen timber with a low footprint and harvesting methods to produce an environmentally responsible, affordable, and aesthetically pleasing workforce housing. This would be fair to classify what Timber Frames has done, and they're in Pagosa Springs, by the way. It would be fair to classify them as a model workforce housing solution, especially for communities in proximity to our forests, which really applies to most of us here that are representatives for Club 20. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and close. And one final thing, I do want to reference appreciation for the permitting work that's being done in the Senate. That's really important. And I know that some of the tribal entities have some important components in those bills as well for Manchin and Barrasso. So we're appreciative of benefits to our constituents that will provide.
Are there any questions for the Congresswoman's office? Okay.
Well, please do come up and talk to us personally during the meeting. Thank you.
Alrighty, so before I hand it over to Ray, who has wandered away from his seat, I want to give one more big shout out to our wonderful, lovely host, the town of Nucla, and then our other sponsors throughout the day as well. All of these meetings couldn't be done without the generosity of our very own members and the communities that we've worked to advocate on behalf of. So let's give them one more round of applause. Then I will hand it over to Ray, and I believe we do have Carrie online as well if she wants to speak some words. She wasn't able to join us in person, so she's going to be kind of online, and Ray's going to be the person or the man in the room.
Thank you, Brittany, and first of all, just welcome everybody here, and I want to give a big shout out to the town of Nucla, Amy, and the mayor as well for helping promote us. I can tell you that everybody I've talked to was so excited about coming to Nucla because got excited. And so this is a great opportunity for Club 20. But before we get started, I think what I'd like to do in essence of time. Yes, straight out the microphone. That's the first thing. But I'd like maybe Andrea or Brittany to introduce the people on the Zoom. Just call out their names, please.
Joining us online, we have Brooke Martinez, Carrie Kellerby, Miss Carrie Baird, our lovely co-chair, Kathy Welch, Lisa Poole with Senator Hickenlooper's office, and Virginia Harrington.
And then let's start around the room. Let's start over here on my left, go around the table, and then we'll go back to the audience.
I'm Corey Galbraith. I'm with the Colorado Electric Transmission Authority.
Kathy Boyce with GridWorks. I'm a consultant here with the Transmission and Electric Authority.
Good morning. My name is Steve Black, also a consultant with GridWorks, support of CDEP.
I am Merritt Linky, Grand County Commissioner, Club 20 Executive Board.
Wendell Koontz, Delta County Commissioner, and also Club 20 Executive.
Jennifer O'Hara, Rio Blanco County Commissioner.
Jeff Comstock, Moffett County.
Hallie Scritchfield, White River and Douglas Creek Conservation Districts.
Michael Murphy, Hinsdale County Club 20 Chair.
Jeff Moeller, inventor, entrepreneur, and, Club 20 Director of the City.
Woody Jeffries, Black County Ag.
Good morning, everyone. Steve Garcher, Dolores County Commission.
Good morning, everybody. Tim Revin, Brown County Commissioner, Club 20 Executive.
Jason Auslander, Public Affairs Manager for Black Hills Energy over on the Western Slope.
Good morning, Wendy Fenner with CGO Energy. I'm a geothermal developer here in the Tri-County area of Montrose, San Miguel, and Uray counties.
Amy Tucker, community leader here in Nucla and also a member of the Just Transition Advisory Committee.
Morning, everyone. Drew Kramer, Economic Development Program Manager, Tri-State Generation and Transmission Association.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mackenzie Yonker, and I'm the political director for the Jeff Hurd campaign team in Grand Junction.
Good morning, Lois Dunn, Government Affairs for Grand Junction Realtors and member of Club 20 from Mesa.
Hi there, Emily Masson. I'm just a resident of San Miguel County. Thanks.
I'm Candy Meehan. I'm the mayor for the town of Norwood, and I'm also on the Colorado Municipal League Executive Board.
Thank you. Bobby Brown, Colorado Wool Growers and Club 20 Public Lands Natural Resources Co-Chair.
John Whitney with Senator Bennett's Durango office.
Larry Henry, Senator Bennett's Grand Junction office.
Neil Hankins, American Helium.
Mandy Miller, Green Natural Gas Ventures in Montrose County.
Felix Frisch, Listening and Learning.
Adam Fish, Club 20 member.
And that was a perfect example on how not to grab the microphone.
Thanks, Brittany. It's great to be here. Robert Sakata Farms in Brighton, Colorado, and the Ag Water Policy Advisor for the Colorado Department of Ag.
Chris Lopez, Community Relationship Manager for Southwest Colorado for Colorado Housing Finance Authority, or CHAFA.
I'm Anne McCoy Harrow, your absolutely happiest emerita.
Kathy Backler, Club 20 member from Durango and a volunteer with Citizens Climate Lobby.
Mark Fackler, Club 20 Durango.
Destry Smith, Grand Valley Power out of Grand Junction, Colorado.
Naomi Dobbs, Congresswoman Bobert's office.
I'm Alex Shelley from San Miguel Power Association. I'm our communications executive.
I'm Brittany Dixon, your Executive Director of Club 20, and good morning, I'm Andrea Wilson, Policy and Operations Director of Club 20.
Okay, great, perfect. Thank you, ladies, for your help. Thank you, Brittany. Did we miss anybody? Okay, with that being said, just a little protocol. I'm not normally the co-chair for energy, but I was asked and volunteered to help navigate us through this this very important policy committee meeting. But I'd like to give Carrie Baird. Carrie Baird is online. She's the co-chair, and then along with Derek Elder. And Derek couldn't be with us today, but I wanted to give Carrie an opportunity to say anything before we actually start into the protocol for the meeting. So Carrie, can you hear us?
I sure can, and I want you to know I am so happy to be here with you virtually, even though I can't be there in person. Today, I'm so excited to see how many diverse people are at this program. I think Kathy, Boys from GridWorks and others have done such a great job of putting together a program that's very relevant to our state and to the Western Slope for sure. So I hope you all enjoy, and I hope to see you all in the fall. Thank you so much for giving me a couple of minutes. And Ray, special shout out to you for carrying the torch today.
Barry, and it's good to see you. So if any time during the meeting, you have a need to jump in, just feel free to do so. So with that being said, I want to read the protocol before we start the presentations. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you are interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of our staff for more information or myself as the Club 20 membership chair. Discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use the microphone, speak loudly so everyone can hear you. For those seated in front of a tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you, and turn it off your microphone once you have been and are done speaking. For those in the back of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around with a microphone for you to use, and there's also a microphone on the table up there if you have questions. We will now, we've already introduced those that are on the Zoom. And so thank you for joining us virtually, and please, please mute yourself. If you have questions, you can unmute yourself and proceed with the questions. The best way to do, we raise your hand so that staff can recognize you as we go through the process. So with that being said, I also want to give recognition to our sponsors, Chevron, Grand Valley Power, and Atmos Energy. Let's give them a round of applause. And last but not least is Amy Duker, reception sponsor. So give her a round. Okay, with that being said, I think we're ready to kick this off. So I want to first of all introduce Maury. Maury is with the Colorado Electric Transmission Authority and the executive director. So Maury, I'm going to turn it over to you. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Brittany. It's great to be here in Nucla, and this is a wonderful meeting space. So thank you to the community for renovating. It's good to be here. I have a federal update for all of you. So it was announced just yesterday that the Alamosa County Commissioners received a $1.7 million federal transmission security and economic development grant to determine a route for a transmission line in the San Luis Valley. And CEDO was instrumental in helping them, so we're really proud that they were able to get that funding and that they're going to be able to work on siting and permitting a transmission line from the grassroots up. Instead of an entity telling them where they want the line, they're gonna decide on where they want the line. That's really unique. Really happy to be a part of that. So that's my federal announcement for everyone. So it's great to be here. I'm here to talk about electric transmission, and this can be a little bit of a mystifying topic, so I'm going to, all right, I pushed everyone. There it is. All right. So I'm here to talk about electric transmission, and it's a little bit of a mystifying topic. So I'm going to take a couple minutes here to sort of level set and get everybody on the same page so that we all understand what we're talking about. As soon as my slides come back, is that me?
It's because of the PDF. I think we're good now.
There we go. All right. So the bulk electric system is a pretty amazing thing. I think you're all familiar with electric power stations, right? We have those over on the left. That can be, hydro, coal, natural gas, solar, wind. That power is usually generated far away from where it's consumed. And to get it there most efficiently, we usually have some sort of step up transformer where we increase the voltage of that electricity so that when we move it long distances, we don't have line losses. We don't lose a lot of electricity in that process. So that's the step up generator. You have the transmission across the big lines that you see as you're traveling through Colorado. Those come in different sizes. Colorado doesn't have the biggest transmission lines in the West, and I'll show you a map of that here in a minute. We don't have lines at 765 kV or 500 kV. Most of the big transmission that you see in Colorado is 345 kV, 230 kV. moving electricity long distances within the state. When it gets closer to where it's going to be consumed, there's a substation. We've all driven past substations. You've seen those. Those step down the voltage so that it can be safely transmitted through local communities on distribution lines and then used in your homes and your offices and your businesses. And what we're here to talk about today is everything to the left of the step down transformer. We're here to talk about the bulk electric transmission system, generation, and primarily transmission. So that's a little bit of orientation. The Western interconnection or the Western grid is a pretty miraculous thing. It's a single grid all the way from British Columbia and Alberta in the north and all the way to Baja, California in the south, all the way from the Pacific Ocean, all the way to Colorado in the east. It's one synchronous grid. So what does that mean? Well, that means that there's currently probably about 3,500 spinning mass generators in the Western interconnection system. What do I mean by spinning mass generators? These are hydro plants where water is spinning the turbine. These are coal plants where steam is spinning the turbine. A couple nuclear plants in the West, right? All that spinning mass has to be synchronized. They're all spinning in lockstep throughout the entire Western interconnection. And it's a problem if it spins too fast or spins too slow. So if generation is greater than load, it starts spinning too fast. If load on the system, the electrical load, is greater than the amount that's being generated, it starts spinning too slow. And if it spins too slow, you start seeing lights flicker in your homes and things like that. If it spins too fast, it can damage the generating units that I was talking about. So grid operators are constantly trying to balance supply and demand continuously throughout the year in real time. And they have to do that within very small tolerance limits. So that's a little bit about the Western interconnection. So why do we interconnect? Why do we have such a big electrical interconnection? It's because of reliability and redundancy, right? So if you just simply had a single generator serving a single community, right? If you had an equipment failure at that generator, you would have to take it out of service, and you don't want to have to turn off the lights, right? To do that. So we're interconnected for reliability reasons, so that when contingencies happen, you have options for how you're going to serve your load. You don't have to serve it from the generator that you had planned to serve it from. You have neighbors that can step in and help. So it's a pretty miraculous system. So when you zero in on Colorado, like I said earlier, what you see is you see that Colorado is probably, out of all the Western states, the least electrically interconnected with its neighbors. We don't have a lot of lines that cross to the west. We don't have a lot of lines that cross to the south. And we're right at the edge of the Western interconnection, right? Power can't flow easily across from the Western interconnection to the Eastern interconnection because they're asynchronous. Those spinning units are not spinning together at the same time. So there's not a lot of transfer capability into Kansas or into Nebraska, right? And so Colorado is really electrically isolated, and that creates some issues for Colorado. And we're going to talk about that here in a minute. So CETA, the organization that I represent, the Colorado Electric Transmission Authority, was created in 2021 with the mission of making sure that Colorado is building and developing transmission to improve grid reliability, meet the state's clean energy goals and objectives, and lower overall electricity costs for consumers. And we are an independent public entity. We are a political subdivision of the state. We have an independent board of directors that makes decisions. 3 of those members are appointed by the governor, 3 of those members are appointed by the president of the Senate, and 3 of those members are appointed by the Speaker of the House. And so that's a unique structure. We have some unique authorities and powers. We have the ability to issue revenue bonds to help finance the development of transmission lines. We have the power of eminent domain to assist with the acquisition of transmission rights of way if needed. And we have the ability to enter into public or private partnerships with independent transmission developers, incumbent utilities, and other entities that want to cooperate in the development of transmission lines. So that's CETA. So why the big concern? Why did the legislature, want to create an independent entity to help with transmission development? Well, we are experiencing a lot of drivers for transmission, and I'm just going to quickly touch on a few of them here. So first of all, for the first time in probably a decade, we are seeing indications of large load growth, right, in terms of increased electricity demand. We are electrifying everything from our cell phones to you name it, right? And so large increases in electric demand is one. We are seeing increased concern about reliability. I'm sure you've all seen in the news that extreme weather events have taken down other electric grids. Primarily the Texas grid has really experienced some problems from from extreme weather events. The Western interconnection has been stressed this summer with the extreme heat that we're seeing. That extreme heat drives AC air conditioning demand. And I think we've set several utilities across the West have set several peak electricity demand records this summer because of the hot weather. So there's reliability issues associated with extreme weather. There are some opportunities to really save customers money. There's a lot of renewable development that's happening across the West, California, Arizona, even in Utah. And so there's areas of the West where at times of the day and seasons of the year, there's surplus power that is available pretty inexpensively. And so if you have interconnection to your neighbors and access to markets, you can do some energy trading and lower the costs for your customers. So there's an affordability driver. I mentioned the state's clean energy goals, trying to get to 100% clean in the future. So that's out there. And then there are some planning gaps. And I think that's where CETA has its particular niche, right? So the large utilities have, they do an awful lot of energy planning, right? They do resource planning, they do transmission planning. They like to build infrastructure. It's what earns them their rate of return and gives their shareholders a return. But their priorities don't always match with others' priorities, right? And so they may be prioritizing transmission in eastern Colorado, not western Colorado. They may be prioritizing transmission that delivers renewable energy to their service territories, but there might be other service territories being missed. So CETA was created to make sure that we're planning for the future holistically. We're looking at the entire state. We're looking at all of the service territories, not just individual service territories. We're making sure that we have enough transmission to meet sort of all of these demands going forward into the future. So in 2023, the legislature directed CETA to conduct a transmission capacity expansion study for the state to identify some of these transmission gaps that we may need to step in and fill. And so we have hired a firm called Energy Strategies out of Salt Lake City to conduct that study for us. We are nearing the first point where we start presenting the results of that study. We have a presentation to the Colorado Public Utilities Commission at the end of August. But I'm here today to share some preliminary results with all of you and sort of get in the action to what we're seeing. So when you conduct one of these transmission capacity expansion studies, you have a little bit of a chicken and an egg problem, right? You can't figure out where to put the transmission until you have some sense of where the generation is going to be located, right? Remember the generation is what feeds into the transmission system, right? So the first thing you have to do is do some, economic forecasting of where the future generation is going to be. So we've adopted a 20-year study horizon, right? We're looking out to 2045, and we are doing some modeling saying, what is the future generation going to look like? What you see in these bar charts is you see 2025 here on the left, you see 2045 out there on the far right. The bottom part of these bars is the existing generation in the state. On top of that, you have planned generation. So this is generation that the local utilities have included in their energy resource plans. And we've added that in there. And then we've added a small sliver there out in those out years of conceptual generation. This is generation that's in their plan, but they're not yet quite sure that they're going to proceed with it, but it's conceptually in there, right? Then on top of all that, in the gold bars out there on the far right, that's generation that our consultant has indicated needs to be built if we're going to meet all of those demands that I was talking about earlier, right? All those clean energy goals, all that increased electric demand. That the gold bars represent additional generation that needs to be added out there in that 2035 and 2045 time period to meet those needs. When it's really important that that the plan be actionable and that generation be located in places where it can actually be interconnected to the grid. And so we've done a sort of a bus bar mapping exercise where we take that generation and we say, all right, where is it most likely to be located? And so this is our consultant's first attempt at trying to locate that generation. We've created zones for the state. The pie charts are, I'll just do this from memory. How about that? The pie charts represent the generation mix in each of these zones, right? And what you have is, actually, I'm going to go to my notes here for just a second because I totaled this up for you. So you have 4 different types of generation reflected here. You have solar, which is in the upper left-hand corner of the pie chart. You have wind, which is in the upper right-hand corner of the pie chart. Down here in the lower left-hand corner of the pie chart, you have battery energy storage systems. So these are big battery banks. They're usually located near the solar generators or the wind generators so that they can save that energy for later use. And then in the lower right, you have a generic category that is called new firm. And so everybody wants to know, well, what's new firm, right? Well, new firm could be stuff like pump storage hydro. It could be gas units that run on clean hydrogen. It could be gas units like, was it Coyote Clean? Did I get the name right? Where, they're sequestering the carbon. And it could be even out there in that 2045 timeframe, it could even be maybe small modular nuclear reactors. It's generation that's dispatchable. It's not intermittent, it's dispatchable, but it also needs to be clean if we're going to achieve some of those clean energy goals. So that's what it is. What you see on the western slope, if you add up the numbers in the pie for the 2 zones in the western slope, is you see that in total, there's about 1,000 megawatts of solar, about 500 megawatts of wind, 300 megawatts of battery storage, and about 1,250 megawatts of this new clean firm category, right? And so that's what we've included in our modeling, and that's whatever comes first. I don't know if that's the chicken or the egg, but it comes first. What comes second is you put that generation into the current transmission network and you say, can the current transmission network handle all of that increased generation, or is it going to fail? And what you see when you do that is that we have in the red circles, we have some lines and some equipment that experiences overloads if we insert all that generation. So they're gonna exceed their ratings. They're not gonna be able to be operated with that much generation on the system. They're gonna essentially get too hot and the equipment could be damaged, right? So you need to do some upgrades for line rating issues, right? You also see some circles here that result in unresolved contingencies. Again, we were talking earlier about, how all the generation needs to be operating continuously, and it needs to be stable. It needs to be able to withstand outages, so that if a transmission line gets taken out of service, or a major large generator has a forced outage and drops out of service, that the grid can withstand that contingency. And what you see here in these, I guess those are orange circles, yellow circles, is that in those areas, the grid isn't stable and able to withstand some of those contingencies. So there's some transmission work that needs to be done if we're going to achieve that generation future that I showed us. So CEDA's got some potential work to do, right? We're gonna compare. So this is just the results from half of the state. We have some additional results for the other parts of the state. We're doing some additional work to look at interconnecting Colorado with its neighbors, possibly going west into Utah, connecting with the Pacific Coast Gateway South project. We're looking at potentially going south into New Mexico, connecting with some new transmission projects down there. We're also looking at building some direct current high voltage lines that jump the western interconnection, eastern connection boundary and go towards Arkansas, Oklahoma, that area. And so we're looking at all those possibilities. CEDA has some work to do. I mentioned earlier that we're working closely with the folks in Alamosa County. We want to get in front of some of the permitting and siting issues. And so we've had the pleasure of being able to work with Kathy Boyes and Steve Black on developing some community engagement principles. And I think we have some handouts for people, and Kathy, I'll help you pass those out. The CEDA board is considering a set of principles for how we are going to behave and how our partners. So we intend to partner with some large independent transmission developers to build some of this transmission. And we're going to hold our partners to the same high standards that we're going to hold ourselves to. So we'd like to share those principles with you. And I'd like to introduce Kathy Boyes, who's going to talk a little bit about those principles.
Good morning. Thank you, Maureen. And thank you all for having us here this morning. Thank you to Ray and Carrie. We really appreciate it. Brittany for hosting us. So my name is Kathy Boyes. I work for GridWorks. We are a nonprofit organization. I'm in Denver. We work with stakeholders working on clean energy transition issues. And my colleague Steve Black here, if you want to say hi.
Thank you, Kathy. Steve Black, also working with Kathy.
Thank you. And we've been brought on as consultants to CEDA to help to develop community engagement principles. So what you just heard from Maury is a pretty significant building future ahead for Colorado, both on the generation and the transmission side, and a recognition that how are we going to go about doing this? Could you advance the slide? I need to do the clicker. Yeah, just sorry, slight pause. There you go. There we go. And so CEDA, as Maury said, to get out ahead of this, and I want to echo Mayor Meehan's comments of we recognize that we need to collaborate to get things done. And we want to have a policy in place to do this wisely, make sure communities are included and have effective, really robust engagement in determining where and how these projects are built. So over the last about 6 or 7 months, we've been working on community engagement principles. And this is a policy for the CEDA board that they are looking to adopt. It's in draft right now. So we come to you for your thoughts, your reactions to it. Very much looking to hear feedback from you all today of how does this resonate for you all as communities that may be looking at large projects in the future. So the purpose was to develop a principled, inclusive approach to community engagement for CEDA's project selection and transmission development.
And as far as the project timeline, we launched this in February with the CETA board. We spent much of the spring in research, looking at best practices, hearing from experts in other states who have tackled this issue head on, who have personal experience of projects being built on their land and in their communities, and what worked, what didn't. And then worked with the CETA board directors to hear from them as far as priorities, what they wanted to see as directors for CETA. So we are now in the stage in July and August where we've presented draft principles to the CETA board, and we're reaching out. We're coming to folks at Club 20, to other community development areas to get input and get your reactions and get written comments. We really encourage both today, please find me afterwards, and also to submit written comments to the board. And then final draft will come before the CETA board. We anticipate about October. We'll see how the feedback comes in and what kind of reactions we get. So the principles themselves, really pretty simple, and we'll give you a handout here so you can look at them on paper. Four categories: information sharing, communication, community benefits, and accountability. And for each of those categories, we've established principles to direct the CETA board in their partnerships with any developers and any transmission projects. And then within that, very specific items that need to be included to demonstrate good information sharing. So principle number 1, require a transparent, credible, and open process. So have a publicly available, whether it's a website, somewhere, a repository of information. What's happening with the project? Where can I read about it? Where can I go for credible information? Process documentation is a part of principle number 1. Telling people when are meetings happening, where are they happening, who's making decisions, when is that going to happen, so people can know when decisions are coming. There's several. I'll hand this out. I'm not going to go through each one, but moving on to principle 2 then, meaningful engagement, to have an engagement plan that is publicly available. So again, the communities know who can they contact, when are things happening, what are the expectations, what kind of responsiveness is required of the developer. If a community comes and suggests a slight movement in the route, how are they going to address that? How are they going to communicate with the landowner that is involved? Principle 3 then, to advocate for public resources, both financial and non-financial. I'm very interested to hear from the county commissioners. I know these applications are voluminous, they're complex, they're technical. We hear repeatedly that county planning departments need help. They need consultants, they need lawyers, they need technical folks who can help wade through the details so they can form their own opinion rather than just what the developer is bringing to you. And then lastly, on accountability to these long-term commitments, we recognize developers come in and they make commitments, and we want to see it in writing. We want to see accountability both during the construction stage, the operation stage, long-term decommissioning. What kind of written commitments can they give to the communities? And so the intent here is to really establish almost a playbook for developers as they come. What can communities expect as far as community engagement and working with host communities? So we've written comments we're going to invite through August 2nd. And we also have a panel that we're going to invite up to take a look. Folks who have been engaged in energy infrastructure development in the 20 counties out on the Western Slope, to get their reaction, to kind of give us some thoughts about those community engagement principles. And then we'll open the floor and get questions from everybody. So please, if you have ideas here, jot them down and we'll give you a chance to pass the mic around for that. So I would like to welcome forward our panelists, if we could.
Yeah, so before we do the panel, Kathy and Maury, are you in a position where you could take a few questions before we jump into the panel?
Sure.
Okay, let's open it up for Q&A on their presentation. So is anybody, and also encourage you, so we have a gas station, we have a substation, and now we have a question station. And for those that don't have access to the microphones, use the question station. And so I think Mandy is up, and then Jeff. That's what I see right now, and then we have 2 more up here at the table. Okay, go ahead, Mandy.
My name is Mandy Miller. I work for Green Natural Gas Ventures. Listening to your presentation, I have some questions. I think also it's important to figure out how we can work with you guys to be the developers we have an abundance of natural resources here we'd like to use to stage job growth. So navigating the transmission and interconnection complexities as smaller companies, but how do we work together to have the smaller communities actually do the development instead of have big outside companies come in, do the development. I think that with the resources that we have here, we can support the firm other, and we'd love to do that, but we would need community involvement, we would need their help to navigate how to do that.
So I share your interest in developing transmission and developing these projects with community input in advance. I think when you see the engagement principles that Kathy and Steve have put together, you're gonna see that one of the key themes is that CETA and the developers need to meet with communities early. And I mean, early, right? We're probably already too late, let's put it that way. And so I'm really interested in finding ways that we can engage with communities. That's sort of why I, at the beginning, highlighted the work that we've done with Alamosa County. I think it is really important to have the counties have a say in the route that is chosen, right? So that they know their interests better than CETA does. And so we're looking to partner and collaborate with counties. As far as, you know, some advice on how to do that, I would suggest, you know, reaching out to me, reaching out to, we've got board of directors that are from across the state. We have a director here in Western Colorado reaching out to our board. We have a partnership policy that's available on our website. I guess that's just a way to say, I guess we're open for business. Please reach out and we'll see where we go.
So before we jump into the panel, I think we've got 3 questions on the table, 1 online, and then we're going to stop the questions so we can dive into the panel, and then there'll be more opportunities for questions. So I think the next one was Jeff. So Jeff, then we'll go online and catch that one.
Hey, thank you guys for the presentation. My name is Jeff Comstock. I work for the Monmouth County Commissioners on public land issues. And 15 years ago, Gateway South and Trans West came through and came to our counties and proposed 2 very large power lines, some of the largest in Colorado, to go from Wyoming out to Utah, really going through Montgomery County. And this isn't rocket science. One of my biggest frustrations in 25 years of doing public policy is the money that gets wasted on consultants when there's a lot of problems that can be solved internally. And 15 years ago, the Moffett County Commissioners called up the Carbon County, Wyoming Commissioners and the Sweetwater County, Wyoming Commissioners. And they said, where would you like these 2 huge interstate pipeline, power lines to go? We sat down at a 3-county meeting. Of course, all these were open to the public, and any interested citizen could show up. And we picked the route. And amongst the elected officials and interested citizens, affected business owners, things like that, we moved the power line 30 miles west of where the proposed routes were. It was entirely a locally driven process. So this isn't anything new. It doesn't take rocket science. It's not worth lots of money being spent when locally that nobody knows their citizens better than those who got elected by their citizens. And so I'd encourage you to really rely on elected officials and the property owners whose property it crosses. The other thing we learned when we moved that power line from say over 400 landowners' properties out to the west, where we crossed 22 property parcels, there is nobody, and I mean nobody, that jumps up and down by having a power line crossing their land. I don't care whether it's a large rancher or whether it's a small 35-acre parcel. There are angry people when that happens. This is very different from a power line, but it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out. All you got to do is put yourself in their spot. And one of the things that really concerns me when I look at your presentation is Moffett County has entered into a settlement agreement with Tri-State as they close the power plant down And part of that agreement is a new gas-fired power plant right around the Craig Moffett area. And I am concerned about the effort of energy placed on renewables, and the gas isn't considered a renewable plant. And yet that grid needs to be able to handle a new plant. And I would like your foresight. I'd like to know whether you see your office supporting transmission out of that new gas plant, or whether there's going to be a pushback to just try to keep fossil fuels out of Colorado.
So the easy answer there is CETA's mission is to develop transmission. We don't pick generation winners and losers. We're just here to build transmission. So we're not going to oppose new transmission. We're not going to oppose gas lines.
And I might also thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate your feedback and thoughts and the community engagement principles.
You just took my career down a notch.
And I want to be careful pointing that.
Sorry, I think I'm not a county.
Oh,
Everybody calls you Fort County Commissioner.
I appreciate the thought on landowners and making sure that the local citizens are very much a part of the writing, the siting and the routing of a line. And that is exactly what we're trying to capture in these principles. So please take a look if you feel like that responsiveness, that give and take on the communication, if that reflects what you have experienced and if that's well captured in these principles.
So with that being said, Jeff is exactly right in what he just told you guys. I was engaged with that process, being one of his bosses, so. So I would say, yeah, we take into consideration your local government, but let's go to the person on the line. And then, who was the other two, you and who else?
I can hold mine.
Okay, you can hold yours. Can you hold yours till after the panel? Yep. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go online, then we're gonna introduce the panel, and then we'll take questions after the panel, okay?
Virginia, go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, this is Jenny Harrington. I'm a Club 20 member, but representing Holy Cross Cattlemen's Association as their membership chairman, which is Garfield, Pitkin, a good portion of Eagle County, and then on into Debec. I was just gonna second some stuff that was just said about the landowners, especially concerning ranchers. We aren't making any more land for ranching and wildlife and all of that. So I just want to make sure that we're always included in that conversation. Sometimes we aren't included as much as we'd like to be, and both that conversation, transmission lines, solar farms and the like, because we've just got to protect our food and fiber and our wildlife and all those great ecosystem services we provide, and we appreciate being able to be engaged. Thank you so much.
Did you get all of that?
Yeah, no, appreciate the comments and look forward to working with all of you and discussing the community engagement principles. Look forward to the panel.
So if I could welcome our panelists up, please. I think that's Commissioner Redmond.
So Kathy, did you want to introduce them or you want me to introduce them?
I was actually, why don't we have them come sit up and maybe I'll go ahead and we'll ask you guys to introduce yourselves maybe.
And if you want to sit, you can stand. And then you can keep using that mic, and then we use the tabletop for these.
Okay.
It's only when you bring it towards the speaker.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Thank you all for joining us. We appreciate your time this morning.
No? Okay. If you do, I can shut off the projector. So just let me.
So our thought in welcoming a panel today was for folks who are with Club 20 that have been involved in good morning, everyone. Like came on in the room. Online. All right, thank you for your patience. So we wanted to have folks who've been involved in energy infrastructure development and communities on the Western Slope to react to the community engagement principles, have a chance to really dig in a little bit, give us some feedback, maybe give their reactions that might prompt questions for you all. So we want to take 20 minutes, a half an hour to ask the three folks here to give us their feedback. And so I guess let's start with introductions, if you could, your name, organization, and your connection to clean energy and energy infrastructure development.
Yeah, hi, I am Commissioner Tim Redmond, Routt County. And in my county, we're looking at possible shuttering of Hayden Station and possibly 20 Mile Cove. So that would really affect the gross domestic product of Routt County. You know, we're probably looking at about a 22% drop. Also, the loss of good high-paying jobs. You know, someone could come out of Hayden High School with a high school degree, go into 20 Mile Cove, or walk into Hayden Station and start at about $70,000 a year. So that has really been, I would say, a ladder for young people to get up and start to build their lives, and very frustrated and frightened that that's could possibly go away.
And I'm Alex Shelley. I am the communications executive for San Miguel Power Association. We're headquartered right across the road over there, and we're providing the power that turned on those bright lights. So I'm representing our CEO, Brad Sikorsky, who sends his apologies. He wasn't able to come today because he was pulled away. You know, San Miguel Power is a rural electric cooperative. We're a distribution level, electric provider, and our focus is very much on our members. So we do engage in conversations about electric transmission, and we are very interested in the future of this field. And so from our perspective, of course, as a representative of our members, our primary concerns are reliability, affordability, flexibility. We are members of Tri-State Generation and Transmission, and continually interested and engaged in the movements in that.
Good morning, I'm Betsy Bear with Community Hospital in Grand Junction, Colorado. See many familiar faces. And we're an end user of energy, and we're a unique end user as a hospital. We're one of the only places who need energy 365 days a year, 24/7 without interruption. So reliability and redundancy is so important. And then as we talk about the cost of green energy and how we change some of our grid, this is really interesting to us because that increases the cost of healthcare. And so we talk about the cost of healthcare and giving good care throughout to our patients and throughout our communities, but we cannot do that without reliable energy. So that's my role today and why Kathy asked us to participate.
Thank you. We really appreciate your time and joining us this morning. So I'm going to jump right into the community engagement principles. Hopefully you all have those in front of you, have a chance to take a look at them. Tell me what, and we'll just kind of popcorn here. We don't need to be real formal. What resonated for you in reviewing these principles? What jumped out and what was most important to you?
You know, as I was listening to your presentation, we're in an interesting position as power provider for our members because we want that reliability, we want affordability, and it wasn't okay. I'm the one who keeps getting new microphones. But it wasn't expressly said, but I'm going to go ahead and make a presumption that jump forward to 2045, which I believe is the timeline of your study. Say we have a grid that's more redundant, a grid that's more flexible in Colorado. The assumption I make is that the end user, mom and pop, the bike shop or my home is going to see maybe more affordable electricity, maybe more reliable, maybe some more flexibility built in to the system. So that's very desirable from our perspective. The other aspect of your presentation was these lines have to go somewhere. Someone's got to site them, and everybody's happy to see advancement until it hits their backyard. And so it's an interesting position to be in. And the only thing I can think that makes any sense is this proactive approach, this early outreach. And so I'm very glad to hear that that's a central tenet in your presentation.
Commissioner, I'll go next. What stood out is, of course, that collaboration. My only concern with that sometimes is we look at process rather than outcome. And through this collaborative process, sometimes we want an outcome that is very different. And so we use the process to do that. So I'm interested to see once again how a process works, how communities are engaged, how our elected officials, and then end users with unique needs are also considered.
I do appreciate the community engagement. Those of us that are elected officials have had people come to our meetings with the map already drawn, the lines are laid out, and I've been told, this is what you're gonna get, right? And I've actually stood up and stopped some of that. This is what you're gonna get. So if you want to have the community accept this process, you do need to engage in them. But as that moves along, we were talking about what the community may want or need. I just recently attended a good friend of mine's funeral on Saturday, Pat O'Toole, who is going to have that large transmission line come through his property in Wyoming. And he agreed to it in principle because he was told that he would be able to put in solar on this piece of property and load up onto this system. I also know the town of Rangeley had looked at that, which passes nearby them, and had asked if they could have access to the lines. So, as we look at this, and if it's passing through the community, and there could be an opportunity for that community to not only benefit from, whatever the companies that are coming to town are bringing. When you come into a town like that, you should offer something. Maybe you offer to help with their childcare, or maybe you bring something to that community that they need. But as you're crossing these landowners' properties, you should maybe consider the opportunities that may be there for them as well.
Thank you. And so I think I heard responsiveness, I heard community benefits, I heard outcomes in addition to just process. So let's move on to our next question then. Is there anything that you would add or change to the draft principles? Anything missing or go too far?
I want to defer that to our elected officials.
Well, I'm going to tell you as an elected official, you can never go too far with community engagement. I will tell you, I just went through a process over the last 2 years of rewriting our county master plan on land use. And when we get down to the final adoption, I had people turn up at that meeting going, I never heard about this. So that can be one of the toughest things in our small communities, is to get people engaged. And sometimes by the time they are engaged, they've heard the rumor mill and they walk in and they're angry. So you got to get out ahead of the curve, as I was saying. The idea of having that information readily available so people can go confirm, ask questions, and it wouldn't be a bad idea for there to be a live voice there that they could talk to.
As someone whose primary job is communication, I do want to note that I don't see anything specific about methods. In my role, I always go two-step process, message and then method. And so once I know what the message is, in your case, an invitation for engagement, how do we avoid the outcome that you just mentioned? How do we avoid people coming in saying at the last minute, saying, I never heard of this? And so the communication landscape itself is changing probably at least as fast as the transmission, world. And that is digital media, social media. These things come and go and ebb and flow with personalities like Elon Musk and, and so in order to keep hold of that, you need to have professionals whose job it is to keep track of that and who know how to reach multi-generational constituents. You've got boomers who are used to getting their news from the television and the newspaper. You've got Zoomers who aren't sure what a newspaper is. And that's a wide gap. And so quite a challenge, I would imagine.
I want to come back to this because in your presentation, you mentioned that the transmission is agnostic. But on the front page of your website, you talk about clean energy. And this is something that concerned me at the hospital because I pulled all of our numbers for the last, many of you may know that Community Hospital built a new hospital about 8 years ago. So for the last 8 years, I pulled all of our energy use in both electricity and natural gas. And then I looked at our backup generators. And if you'll kind of indulge me, I want to share a little bit of information on our use of our generators. And our generators are diesel fueled. And so we can never not have backup generation and backup power at a hospital. And this is just at our main hospital campus. This is in our 13 sites, though I did just talk to one of our clinics and there was a large power outage about 2 weeks ago and we lost an entire fridge of vaccines. We don't get reimbursed for those. We don't, and there was, even with some surge, some of our clinics don't have a long-term backup power generator, but our hospital does. So we've been in our location for 8 years and in our generator, we've had 262 starts of that generator. I asked them to go down even further. And an average hour to run our generator is $367, which is about $8,000 a day. And you think, oh, that's not that big of a deal. But if the power even has a blip, our generator has to go on for a minimum of 10 minutes. And then the longest we've had to run that is 8 hours. And so what this means also is even with surge protectors, even with everything like that we can do to be redundant, we have multiple, we work with Excel Energy, we have multiple lines that we can switch to when there's outages. Sometimes they all go out. But I talked to my facilities manager and this was really interesting to me. The last time there was a blip, we lost $36,000 of equipment. One of our MRI machines and went down, and to get backups for those and to have redundancy in our own machines means a lot. So I think we have to be careful because we talk about being agnostic and yet we're presenting it as only clean energy. So I think we probably need to be careful how we message and the message that we're sending.
Thank you. And I think there are a lot of questions pending here. So I'm going to do one more to our panel and we'll open to the floor. What advice do you have for CETA as it looks to work with local communities to build transmission?
You might be tired of me. My advice would be to work with your large businesses and work with those in the community, not just your elected officials, but have very unique energy needs.
I guess my advice would be showing the whole picture. And again, I thought your presentation began with a statement of where we are, big picture, and where we're headed and why. A lot of times a community will hear, as Tim, as you mentioned, a rumor, or an incomplete bit of information. And it's impossible to prevent that from happening, but you can go a long way toward reducing that disinformation by when you provide, I talked about the methods that you use to get the information out. Now on the other side, on the message, and it's a challenge to present the situation. I don't want to say problem necessarily, problem solution format, but that is a format that tends to get people's attention, first of all, gets them processing and thinking big picture before they start thinking about their own personal interests.
You know, I'm gonna have to agree with a lot of what I just heard there. Being open, honest, transparent, consistent. You know, you will need to spend time in that community. And just a little quick story of an example from my old little town of Hayden, about 2,000 people. We needed to do a major infrastructure update, water and sewer. Not very interesting, not very exciting, and nobody really wants to spend their money on that. At the same time, we had an older high school that was full of asbestos, was unsafe for our children, and they had procured $31 million in a best grant to build a new school. So the community had to match that was a $30 million loan. The school board did not do a very good job of being open, honest, transparent, and really explain the need for this school. At the same time that we went out with our infrastructure, we made a point to be at street events, farmers markets, county fairs. We set up booths with information. We also gave them the options that we were looking at. Do nothing, and this is what you get. Phase it, this is what it's gonna take, and this is what it's gonna cost. Bite the bullet and get it done, and this is what you get. So we made that point of engaging with the community for a year and a half. I am proud to say when that came up to vote, our infrastructure passed by 65%. That school bond, the initial results were that it failed by 7 votes. And only after they cured the ballots did that pass by 2 votes. You've got to get into the community. As I said, be open, honest, and transparent and consistent.
Thank you. If we could maybe give an applause for our panelists. Thank you for joining us. And then I'll hand it back to Ray for questions.
Okay, thank you, Kat. Before we jump into the questions I have, Jeff, I'm gonna go with you first. I'm gonna go with Wendell, go with Mr. Comstock, and Brittany has a question. Okay, so just a second. I wanted to try to add to this conversation on your community benefits thing. That very last bullet point where it says mediation services, you need to include your local government, not just the community and not just the project developers. Okay, so go to the comment, and then we'll go to Jeff to your question.
Reminder that there's questions over here, and when you do turn on a tabletop mic, wait 2 seconds and speak directly into it. Basically, eat it, okay? I promise we don't all have cooties. Some of us might, but not all of us. Okay, so make sure to come up here to ask your questions. If you would like us to come to you, we'll do it on a case-by-case basis, but please try to use a tabletop mic either at the U up there or this one here. It'll just make things a lot smoother for us.
Thank you, Jeff Moeller. I know Jeff asked a question earlier, so you can call me Jeff Jr. Ari, thank you for your explanation. Made things very clear. I just have a couple questions. So I understand we're generating power. We go to a step-up transformer because we have less line losses and over long distances and step it down. Having built millions of electronic devices, when I hear the word transformer, I think, well, wait, but if you open your stereo, that transformer is connected to a great big block of aluminum because it's generating heat. right? And that aluminum is called heat sink. These transformers the same kind of technology? They're like magnetically coupled?
I don't have a good answer for you because I'm not an engineer, I'm an economist. But the heat is a major issue, right? And whether or not it's the aluminum that is providing the heat sink or whether or not it's being cooled by, liquids, I don't know the technology.
Okay, so it has to know what the losses are over those transformers, because a typical small home device, typically the transformer loses about 20%.
So I don't know specifically for that device. What I do know is that line losses vary by utility, right? Each utility is gonna have a different configuration of their system. They're gonna have different weather patterns, different things that affect line losses. But in general, you lose probably somewhere on the order of 5 to 7% of the energy that's generated at the power station before it gets to your
consumer.
Your home. Your consumer.
Yeah, that's a lot of energy. Just
Yeah.
wondering if there's any efforts to use to capture that heat.
Well, there's an effort to minimize the amount of line losses, right? There's new grid enhancing technologies that can be deployed to make sure that we're operating those transmission lines at their optimal levels. Minimize those line losses. We don't lose that precious energy in banks.
I don't want to belittle that point. It just seems like if you could capture that heat, 5% is a lot of energy. I'd like to buy that. Thank you.
I'll bring back 2 gray bags.
I like it. Let's implement.
A question for the panel up here. In your guiding principles, I did not see anything that showed or discussed how what would happen if the community actually said no, resoundingly no to a project? How would CETA or others proponents actually deal with that? How would you guys handle that if that happened?
Yeah, so the community engagement principles are really to precede any permitting decision, to work with the community and the siting and the routing, and that permitting authority resides with the county commissions. And so this is an effort to address, have good quality information, have a credible process, work towards benefits for the local communities where these might be cited. But to be clear, nothing about this is trying to change the permitting authority for the counties.
And CETA's guiding principles for authorities there. Eminent domain was.
Yeah, but that's different from regulatory siting authority, right? The CETA is not going to oppose, we're going to respect the decision of the local counties that make those decisions. Right? We're not going to oppose your final decision. We're probably going to be advocating for transmission development. We're going to be helping the transmission developers choose a route. But if the county ultimately makes its decision and says no to the transmission line, I think there's very little recourse beyond that. I wouldn't anticipate CETA, challenging that decision.
And Maury, if you want to join them up there, you're more than welcome to.
Happy to do it.
Okay, we're gonna take a couple more questions and then we're gonna see where we're at time-wise. So Mike, then Jeff, I don't see any other hands. Still going? Okay.
1 ring back, 2 ring. I like that one. Oh, I like Michael Murphy, Club 20 Chair against Your overreaching question was, what can you guys do with these guiding principles? It's basic. When you're on the western slope, you're dealing with a different kind of animal, just quite honestly. You're dealing with people who are involved in our communities. We own the grocery stores, the coffee shops, etc. People over here really listen and they want to be understood. So quite honestly, guiding principles are wonderful. We've seen thousands. We've seen thousands. What we don't see are people that really listen to the boots on it. And what you'll learn is that we hike these hills, we hunt these hills, we fish these rivers. We understand the geology, how it all works. Truly take the time to understand and to hear what your local communities are telling. If you will do that, it won't just be another consulting group that comes in and talks to us. So that's some real advice, folks. Secondly, you showed the map up there earlier about the critical areas on the western slope. Overreaching question is, how does that compare to the eastern slope? Do we have more? Do we have less?
I think you have less. If I remember the map that I showed earlier, I think there was 3 distinct areas, 3 distinct lines that probably need upgrading, you know, some enhancement, right? On the western side, there's many more of those kinds. On the eastern side, I'm sorry, on the eastern side, there's many more of those circles. I think. So again, we're sort of at a preliminary stage here. The final presentation is going to be presented at the Colorado PUC on October 26th. But right now, if you look at the list of projects that are identified as needs for CETA, the list is quite long. I think it's already up to 20. I think we saw what three in the west, right? So that gives you a sense. But that 20 was just a preliminary estimate. I think it only goes up from there. And we'll have a final list at the end of August. We intend to put that list out for community reaction, community engagement input. And before we make a final presentation to the joint energy committees in the Colorado legislature in January. So the final report, the final deliverable of our study is to the legislature in January. So we'll be sharing some more information on the studies.
Great, thank you. One more, right? So one of the challenges you're going to have on the western slope, which is completely different than other areas of the state, are conservation. You know, you were talking about Alamosa earlier. That San Luis Valley is one of the greatest areas next to the Mojave Desert for solar. But you've got conservation easements that completely surround you over some big ranches to get to your connectivity areas. Do you foresee any opportunity in which to increase transmission via cross conservation? Right, that's how done.
So that's a great question. I think I indicated earlier that CETA has a partnership policy that is available on our website. We have had several transmission developers approach us and ask for assistance in negotiating with conservation easements. Now, you're probably asking, why is that, right? So most conservation easements cannot be amended without jeopardizing your federal IRS tax benefits, right? And so in order to amend your conservation easement, there needs to be I don't know if threat's the right word, but the possibility of somebody exercising eminent domain. So we have transmission developers that are coming to us, asking to partner with us, not because they want us to ever exercise eminent domain, because they need us to get the conservation easement people to come to the negotiating table to negotiate an amendment. And we've heard from several conservation easement people, right, that they want that too. They want to be able to to amend their conservation easement, but they don't want to jeopardize those federal tax credits. So it's very complicated. I'm aware of the issues. We are a very new organization. We do not have deep funding. So we're trying to learn more about those issues, in time.
That line right there. Got it. Okay. All right, Jeff Comstock, Moffett County. I was asked to ask a question rather than tell a story. So I wanted to make a comment and ask a question about the fair landowner compensation. You spend at least you put it first on your list of community compensation. I value that. I will tell you the single biggest paradigm that needs to be changed in power line transmission is one-time payments for landowners. And we've advocated for years for annual payments. We've advocated for generational payments. When you put a power line up for 50+ years, there needs to be 50+ years worth of payment to those landowners whom you cross. I would like to know how CETA, what your thoughts are on lobbying for that paradigm shift from landowners receiving one-time payments to going to annual payments. I have a feeling that'll tie into the acceptability.
I'll start.
You start.
So the thought on these principles, CETA is not likely to build the line itself as the transmission authority.
I do that. I wanted to know who you're lobbying, but if you lobby on behalf of landowners to make sure that they shift that paradigm.
Yeah, so like I said earlier, we're creating these principles and we intend to hold our developers to these standards. And one of the issues that we have is equitable compensation, right? These lines go for hundreds of miles and we don't want the squeakiest wheel to get the highest payment and other people to get lower payments. So we're very interested in equity today, but we're also interested in equity over sort of generational time, right? So yes, we would be interested in working with transmission developers to provide benefit payments that are equitable into the future, right? And so whether it's monthly payments, annual payments, we intend to advocate for landowner payments that are equitable and fair.
I'd encourage you to amend this document to state that you would advocate for more than one-time payments for landowners. Equitable is too broad of a term.
So those are the kinds of comments and we've got Steve, I know, is taking great notes and I've got some notes, but it would be even more helpful. It would be even more helpful if you would submit those comments in writing to the CETA Board of Directors. It's one thing for me as the executive director to say, we're all for equitable payments. It's the board that has to own these principles and they have to be committed to them long term, right? These are, and so it would be helpful to us. You don't have to put this on letterhead. You don't have to, have 10 signatures at the bottom. You can just send me an email. That's how we're receiving written comments by emailing Maury Galbraith at the email address that's on my slide. And it can just be an email saying, would you commit to, equitable payments over time? And then I'll get that into our process and we'll see if we can amend the principles.
At a energy summit that was just recently held in Montrose by Joel, which I'm a member of, we had a former PUC member pull off some slides showing a super grid. Is the work you guys are doing through GridWorks and CETA actually incorporating or envisioning a super grid network through Colorado and across the US?
Well, I'm not familiar with the term super grid, but if the idea is to build out the transmission network to be able to withstand sort of extreme weather events that I was talking about earlier, you need transmission that has a very large footprint, right? So take the recent experience in Texas. I used to work with PUC commissioners in Texas. They think Texas is a big state. In terms of electrical interconnection, it's not. And they ran into an issue where they didn't have good geographic diversity and they were short of power and they had extended outages. And you heard from, the hospital that's some pretty severe outcomes, right? So in order to be a reliable, secure grid into the future, we need to build interregional transmission so that we have the option to get generation from distances and if there's outages of local generation. And so it's a reliability issue, it's a security issue. And so we are considering that. We have been approached by several independent transmission developers that are interested in building large lines that go big distances. Is that what was meant by supergrid?
He's talking about the high voltage AC interconnection.
Yeah, Well, DC, high voltage DC direct current lines, yes, yes. I mean, you can't go into the eastern interconnection without HVDC. Because of the asynchronous nature of the two grids. So any transmission that goes east into the eastern interconnection has to be high voltage direct current. So yes, we're looking at that option, and that option is being considered even more and more within the western interconnection, right? The Colorado Coordinated Planning Group recently did a transmission study for the West Slope, and one of the projects they evaluated was a high voltage direct current line that went from the Craig substation to the San Juan coal plant substation down in the Four Corners area. And so that's would be a direct current high voltage line to move power in a north to south direction. And you can go see that study for more on that. But yeah, no, high voltage direct current is a thing, and it's coming soon.
We got 21 years left before we have this 2045 deadline you showed on slide 7. How long will it take to permit and build such an event? Because there was, I think I counted 8 on that former PUC member's slide of hundreds of miles. With 21 years left, we got to have an additional 23 gigawatt of generation just to meet those demands. How are we going to get there?
Yeah, no, it's a great observation, and the urgency of what's in front of us, I think it's very important. The transmission lines in the west are permitting anywhere from 10 to 15 years from approval to construction, and it's just too long. And so this proactive approach here is very much a part of that, to try to work with communities, the collaboration to get things done, because we are running out of time.
Okay, with that being said, the way this is gonna work, we got about 5 to 7 minutes left here. I'd like the panel to stay up there, please, until we get done. So I'm gonna go ahead and give my report according to the agenda. And then Drew from Tri-State has a question for the panel, and that's how we'll wrap this up, okay? So I'm happy to report and also honored to be the chair for the JOLT committee, which stands for Joint Organizations Leading Transition. We are all about advocating, educating, and communicating all the sources of energy, all the above approach to energy, not picking one energy over the other. And so we came together about 2.5 years ago. We had our first energy summit in Craig, Colorado. And then we had our second energy summit just recently here in Montrose, Colorado. And so with that being said, before I go any farther, I want to introduce all of you, if you don't know already, my committee. I'm honored to work with such knowledgeable people and very conservative in our values. We all align. We don't always agree, but we come to an agreement. And so that would be Wendell Kuntz from Delta County, Matt Schuler from Jackson County, who's the editor of the Jackson Star. We got Commissioner Sue Hansen from Montrose. We got Rose Puglisi from Colorado Springs, House District 14 representative, and we got Dr. Lisa Jones, who is the president of Colorado Northwestern Community College. We have a number of supporters, including 7 Western Slope counties. I'm not going to take time to name them all, but I got to tell you, we could not do this energy summit without the support of our funders. They've been very gracious. They've been very supportive. Our county commissioners have been very supportive of this process. And again, it's about educating. It's about planting seeds of opportunity and getting that information to people that might take this information and use it to say, you know what, maybe we could do a nuclear plant. Maybe we could do a geothermal. Maybe we could do hydrogen. And it is, again, all about the above. And so one of the things that we're doing, we're already in the process of planning the 3rd annual energy summit, which marks your calendar for June 26th and 27th. Will be in Rifle, Colorado at the Grand River Health Center. And so we're in the process of getting that venue set up and organizing that. And I will let you know up front, our committee knows what's going on. We're having our next meeting on the 16th of August. And we'll be talking about those topics and presenters that we would like to invite to our next energy summit. And so that'll be a big conversation for us. But one of the things that I'm doing is I've invited through the help of Kara Jaquette. She was one of our speakers at our last one. She works for Power Company of Wyoming and Trans-West Express. Put me in connection with the governor's right-hand man. And so we've had some emails exchanged going back and forth, and we'd like for him to come in and be our keynote speaker next year if his schedule allows it to happen. So I've actually had email back and forth with him. I'm supposed to contact him on November the 1st of this year to see if he can actually be available to come in and talk about carbon capture and policy. And there'll probably be a few other topics, but if it works out, we would be happy to have him. And if not, we have other resources that we can access as well. So I'm gonna stop right there. If you have any questions about Jewel, you can contact any of the committee members. Like I said, Wendell and Sue, I know Sue will be here tomorrow and she might even be here later today. And I also have to give a shout out to Club 20. They've been a great partner, and also Associated Governments in Northwest Colorado. And it's just been a great team effort to get the word out about all sources of energy. So with that being said, I want to give Drew the opportunity to wrap this up with his question. Thank you, Drew.
Thanks, Ray. I know it's a long packed day, so I'll try and make this quick. Obviously, one of the biggest challenges building transmission in Colorado is federal lands. I mean, it's one thing to engage with farmers and ranchers. It's another thing if your project is going to cross BLM land, Forest Service, national grasslands, and there's a lot of talk in Congress about trying to expedite permitting processes for NEPA and all that. I don't know if any of those efforts are going to go anywhere. My question is, a project that's, I'm not sure what verb to use, initiated or advocated, or know if they're actually owned by CETA. You hire a private developer to help do the actual work. Who owns the project? And if it is owned by the state of Colorado, do you have any special leverage in negotiating with the federal agencies if you're running into challenges with the BLM? Tri-State has the power of condemnation over private landowners, which we try as hard as we can never to use. Very good at negotiating, but we cannot condemn federal agencies, of course, or the state. I don't know if a CETA-backed project has any additional leverage with the feds. And I don't know if there's a written principle that needs to go in this document about how we'll advocate for the best interests of Colorado, bill ratepayers by, negotiating with the federal government. But can you sort of explain the mechanics of whether you own a project and what that leverage that gives you?
Yeah, certainly. CETA has the authority to issue revenue bonds, right, to help finance the construction of a transmission line. We have to repay those bonds from the revenue from operating the transmission line. I think that CETA, conceptually, we have the authority to own the line, but I think in reality, we're not likely to own it very long. Right, I think we're likely to partner with either an independent transmission developer or an entity like Tri-State or a load serving entity, and help finance it, but transfer ownership to that entity at some time. Right, I don't think CETA is in the business of owning transmission lines in perpetuity. Right, we're there to get them developed and then get them incorporated in. Right? So that's the ownership issue. About any, what's our approach to, federal lands issues? We are very much focused on trying to maximize the use of existing rights of way, whether or not that is existing transmission right of way, existing highway right of way, and I'll mention something about that in a minute. Railroad right of ways are available. We want to put transmission in places where the right of way is already established, so that we minimize landowner impacts, right? And so that we avoid some of the NEPA federal and siting permitting issues. So we are working with an organization called Next Gen Highways. Currently in Colorado, you are not allowed to put transmission infrastructure in interstate right of way. Other states have started to loosen up that prohibition. We are starting to have discussions with stakeholders in Colorado about doing that in Colorado, because there's a lot of interest in putting transmission in interstate highway right-of-ways. We are laser focused on using existing transmission right-of-ways to minimize landowner impacts, because again, we recognize that there's some urgency here. We need to build transmission to meet those future needs. We don't have time to, we cannot take 15 years to site and commit these.
Okay, we have one final comment or short question from Commissioner Linky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Merritt Linky, Grand County Commissioner, and I have a short story that only takes about 20 minutes. Using the Jeff Comstock model of storytelling to ask my question. So based on what I heard earlier and what Commissioner Redmond said about closing the Hayden Station and what Betsy Bayer said about the use of diesel power generators at the hospital. And my question again, I know that it's all kind of interconnected in terms of the source of the power. And I know this conversation is about the transmission lines. I get that. However, it's all very interconnected. And some of us went on a tour yesterday evening, actually right here in Nucla, to try to find the now disappeared power station here. And how did we find it? We looked for those high voltage power lines. We knew that it had to be there at the end of those somewhere. We found it. It's a fantastic patch of weeds now, but that's how we found it. So my question then, some of our politicians celebrate their accomplishments by saying, I closed down a power plant. But I bet you that Betsy doesn't get that same celebration when she turns off her diesel powered generator. So again, I'm leading to a question using the Jeff Comstock model there. But my question then for this transmission conversation that we're having is, as we look at the big picture of this, I know that it took a bunch of mining and energy and resources to put up those high voltage power lines, but now they're just turned off. Same with that power plant. It took a bunch of mining to mine that iron, that zinc, and that copper. Did we get the life's use out of that? Because when we shut off that switch, that energy was still used. We didn't undo that energy use. We didn't undo that mining that it took to do that. Are we getting our money's worth out of that initial investment? Same with those power lines. Huge high voltage lines, copper, aluminum, steel. What's happening with those? Are we somehow accounting for those when we say that we're saving the world by electrifying everything or changing the source of this power? How are we accounting for that?
Well, that's a challenging question. I'm gonna address the transmission side of that, and if you ask again, maybe I'll tackle the generation side. I don't know. But the transmission lines are still in use and they're still highly valuable, right? If you look at where generation developers want to site new generation, it's at the end where it's at the location where a coal plant was retired. Right? Those are highly desirable locations, right? So I think that there's probably proposals to, maybe do biomass generation at Craig or Hayden, right? There's probably proposals to put, Pacific Corp has put wind farms on decommissioned coal mines and decommissioned coal plant sites, right? Those are highly desirable sites because the transmission infrastructure is still there. It's still useful. It still has many years of life left, right? So to answer that part of the question, I think we're getting the value out of the transmission system. The transmission system is hugely flexible, provides an awful lot of optionality. And just because you disconnect a generator doesn't mean that that line is no longer useful. It's still being used, right? On the generation issue is a much more political, much more controversial topic. And I don't know, there's some plants that you've probably gotten to the end of their life. There's other plants that clearly did not get to the end of their life. I'll leave it up to you and others on the side.
So with that being said, let's give our panel and presenters a round of applause.
Great, if I might, just to close the conversation, so we're taking written comments on the community engagement principles through August 2nd. We had an email for you, maybe Brittany could share that with the Club 20 folks. And then as far as the study that Maury went through, they will be presenting August 26th to the PUC, so we can share that information. But if you want to zoom in and hear the final, the list of transmission projects, some of the maps that you see, some of the more details of what Maury presented today, by all means, we'd appreciate it. Thank you for having us today. Thank you. I appreciate Alan. Saying, we need all of it.
If everybody can find their seats, if you need to take a break, go ahead. Have a conversation, and you can take it outside, please. We're ready to go with our first speakers, and the water committee is ready to convene. Yeah, it's funny.
Again, if everybody could please take their conversations outside so that we can get started, that would be wonderful.
Thank you, Brittany. I wish I had said it just as well, or as loudly. All right, if people can find their seats. Yeah. And just by way of introduction to welcome all of you, but also to let you know that if you're here, you are welcome and encouraged to participate in our discussion. People who are wondering if you're a member of the Water Committee, if you're here and a member of Club 20, you are now a member of the Water Committee, and again, encouraged to participate. We do ask that only members of Club 20 vote. We won't, I think we'll come to large consensus and unlikely to need any kind of a roll call or head count. With that, I want to welcome everybody again. Hope you all found Nucla and found the drive as beautiful as I did. It isn't exactly on the way to everywhere, but it sure is a beautiful drive to get here. Want to make sure that everybody, or encourage everybody to pick up a water packet, water committee packet on the back table. And I think Ray tells me that you've had introductions all the way around, and since Ray has already encroached on my committee time, I'm going to go ahead and stop, forego introductions all the way around the room or online. But I do want to remind everybody that if you wish to speak, and we will have opportunity for question and answer and discussion, that you use a microphone, either the microphone tables or the microphones at the head table. When you use the microphones, wait until I recognize you, turn your microphone on after I turn mine off, and then speak and turn the microphone that you're using off when you're finished, to allow the respondents to be heard. I want to thank our committee, our reception sponsor, Amy Tooker. Amy. Thank you. Yes. We always look forward to the receptions. And I think that's about it. We're going to jump right into the beginning of our committee meeting. We have Chane Polo here. Wait a minute. We have a question already from Nancy Fisher.
Not a question, but we have gotten our speaker, who's the water advisor to Colorado Department of Ag, who's joined us today. So I'd like to recognize that Robert Sakata is back in the room.
Thank you, Nancy. Yes, and our speaker that she refers to is the Public Lands and Natural Resources Committee. Ag Committee.
Ag
Okay.
committee now.
Ag Committee. She switched seats. With that, Chane, if you can, we can see you as well as, let's see if we can hear you. Say hello.
Hello.
Oh, good. We can hear you. Thank you. You can hear us apparently.
Yes.
Chane, thank you for joining us. Chane is joining us from Oregon or Washington right now on her way back to Denver. Chane is the Deputy Director of the Colorado Water Congress. Colorado Water Congress for years, and she'll tell us more, has been the principal voice of water users and water interests throughout Colorado, in Washington, D.C., and certainly very prominently in the Colorado legislature. Accordingly, I've asked Chane to come and visit with us briefly on highlights from the 2024 Colorado legislative session on water-related matters. Chane, I'll turn it over to you to introduce yourself further, or the Water Congress and the accomplishments of both.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. And I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully this works. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, but we're not seeing the presenter side, we're seeing the back side of it.
How's this?
Perfect.
Okay, great. Yes, so thank you, Chris. Thank you, Club 20. Happy to do this presentation. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. Virtual presentations aren't always the easiest. As Chris said, I'm not in Colorado right now. I'm actually in Kennewick, Washington, attending the National Water Resources Association Western Seminar. And after this presentation, heading straight to the airport to get back home. So as Chris said, I am the Deputy Director of the Colorado Water Congress. I just want to give a brief overview of this past legislative session. I thought I'd begin quickly with a little review of CWC and our State Affairs Committee. I think that will help for context given the excitement of this past legislative session. So our State Affairs Committee is the largest of our standing committees and the one that primarily focuses on state legislative efforts. It is our largest. It has about 360 members, and they follow their work under the guidance of the committee leadership, which is comprised of a chair, 2 vice chairs, and a parliamentarian. We have a lobbying team, which is Orf and Orange Political Strategies. The names may sound more familiar. It's Diana and Richard Orf and Sarah Orange. She was our newest addition as of last year, so we're very happy to have our lobbying team who are our eyes and ears at the Capitol. The committee meets every Monday morning bright and early at 8 a.m. during the legislative session. Most of our meetings, given current circumstances, have been virtual. We're hoping to offer some hybrid opportunities more frequently coming into 25, but the virtual component will never go away. And we're very honored that a number of legislators from the Water Resources and Agriculture Review Committee and House and Senate Ag Committees participate quite actively in our standing committee meetings every Monday. I think on average, we have about 4 legislators who join us, give us updates on what's going on, share bill concepts, drafts, and engage in those discussions. It's quite a unique situation. So we're very appreciative of them. As a member of CWC, not just restricted to the State Affairs Committee, we use what is called State Bill Info, which is a legislative tracking software that keeps an eye on developing analyses, summaries, provide background information on the water legislation that is tracked by our State Affairs Committee. And by extension, we have our CWC version of that, which I like to call a more visual version of State Bill Info. So what we do is it's on our website, but we track the legislation through the legislative process until the day that it is signed by Governor Polis, and that is accessible to members. And then to our members, you will also find what we call bill analysis sheets. So these are our take on simplifying to the best of our abilities, water legislation that we are tracking. So these are 1-page sheets, cheat sheets, if you will, that we make available to members so that they can use them in their own respective advocacy efforts. Anything from bill sponsors to proponents to background information to whether the bill has a fiscal impact or component or not. We just want to make the gist of the bills as simple as possible as we continue to work with legislators in our advocacy endeavors. So all of that's accessible. Now, the 2024 legislative session was quite a doozy. Overall, there were 705 bills introduced, but 778 if you include resolutions and procedural measures. There were 472 bills that were introduced in the House, 233 of those were in the Senate. Our State Affairs Committee overall tracked 31 bills. What they do is they look at any bill that either has a water component or would have an impact on the water community. So of all those bills, the State Affairs Committee tracked 31 bills, and we took positions on 22 of those. Positions can range anywhere from support to opposition, but can also be just neutral, monitor, or to amend. It means that we would take a more proactive role in helping shape that legislation. So we only took 22 active positions of the 31 that the State Affairs Committee tracked. When Chris reached out to me, there were a few topics that he wanted me to pay a little particular attention on. The first one being the very exciting dredge and fill bill, commonly known as House Bill 1379, which was co-sponsored by Representatives McCluskey and McCormick and Senators Roberts and Senator Kirkmeyer. So in terms of background, prior to May 2023, the Army Corps of Engineers handled permitting for projects which deposited dredge and fill material into water bodies, wetlands, and dry or semi-dry stream beds, which were determined to be waters of the United States or WOTUS. Regulations surrounding these activities changed over the years following various interpretations in the federal courts. The litigation finally reached the U.S. Supreme Court in a case concerning a family by the name of Sackett, who wanted to build a home on land which the government believed were wetlands, subject to legal protections under the Clean Water Act. The court's opinion used in May 2023 held that protection under the Clean Water Act for these lands was more limited, which left some wetlands unregulated by the Army Corps of Engineers. Anticipating the outcome, Colorado worked unsuccessfully for 2 to 3 years to establish legislative authority for our own regulatory program. The program is intended to provide permits for a wide variety of activities such as flood control, road building, construction, and maintenance of underground utilities. Just about anything that requires moving dirt and rocks and depositing them in an area that could include a stream bed or a wetland. Without a regulatory program, anyone conducting one of these activities could be subject to enforcement under the Clean Water Act. So in terms of the scope of this bill, during this session, there were actually 2 bills that tackled this topic. One of them was a streamlined bill, and that was Senate Bill 127. And this one relied heavily on regulatory guidance used by the Army Corps program. The second is House Bill 1379, which was much broader in scope and designed to protect all state waters, which were defined to be any and all surface and subsurface waters which are contained in or flow in or through this state, including wetlands with certain exceptions. State permits will not be required for projects that already have a federal 404 permit or a jurisdictional determination from the Army Corps of Engineers. Although broad in scope, the bill provides certain activities such as normal farming, silviculture, namely forestry, and ranching activities, as well as maintenance and emergency reconstruction of dams, lagoons, and levees. Placement of pilings, such as for building a bridge or power line structures, are generally exempted. Stock ponds are not regulated, and certain waters, such as waters in upland ditches, are not covered by the protections, nor are stormwater control features in upland areas. The definitions of activities and waters either covered or exempted or excluded are detailed, so you should be careful in undertaking many construction activities and make sure in which categories those fall on and whether they're subject to regulation. In terms of permitting, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment will issue a statewide general authorization for discharges to isolated state waters or for categories of activities that cause only minimal adverse impacts to state waters. They must correspond with the various nationwide and regional permits used by the Army Corps of Engineers. Individual permits will be issued following adoption of regulations, which will require compensatory mitigation for adverse impacts that cannot be avoided in addition to mitigation for fish and wildlife resources. Individual permit applications, once complete, need to be carefully acted upon within 2 years of submission. Although the commission may shorten that time by rule where there will be minimal water quality impacts. And just a quick note that the deadline for promulgation of rules under House Bill 1379, which was December 31st, 2025, was extended in final negotiations beyond the May 2025 date, which is referred to in the fiscal note published on May 2nd. So I just wanted to flag that. In terms of regulatory process, the Water Quality Control Commission is directed to promulgate regulations which must be as protective as those of the guidelines in Section 404(b)(1) of the Federal Act to implement this program. If the commission later determines that the guidelines are not protecting the state waters, then the commission needs to amend its rules to adopt more protective measures. The regulations, including establishing procedures and fees for issuance of permits must be promulgated by December 31st, 2025. That's where my note comes in about the possible extension of that deadline. Considering the required time to publish notice of rulemaking, it is likely we'll see a proposed rule or rules late next summer. But the stakeholder meetings for that rulemaking will begin this September 4th to be precise. The bill was signed by Governor Polis on May 29th. It was highly controversial in terms of negotiations to arrive at a program that was workable, both from the state side, the regulated community, and the environmental community. And negotiations, discussions, and reaching that compromise pushed the boundary on reaching the final minutes of the legislative session. The CWC State Affairs Committee created a subcommittee named the Dredge and Fill Subcommittee early on in this session, and they worked quite tirelessly and were highly involved in those discussions and reaching that compromise. It was a round the clock effort, and we're so appreciative of the bill sponsors who were open to hearing all sides and worked so hard in reaching that compromise. Switching gears a little bit, I wanted to talk about the recommendations of the Drought Task Force. I'm sorry, it feels like a Monday. So during the 2023 legislative interim, the Colorado River Drought Task Force met to recommend measures to conserve and stretch available water within the state. Several of these recommendations and discussions required legislation to be implemented. And among those recommendations were provisions in Senate Bill 197. And these provisions included expanding the ability to seek an agricultural water right in order to temporarily transfer an ag irrigation right to another purposes subject to regulations by the state engineer. The Ag Water Right Program was originally applicable only to water divisions 1 and 2, but Senate Bill 197 expanded that to all water divisions. The second provision is loan of decreed storage right for in-stream flow. Only the Colorado Water Conservation Board may hold a decreed in-stream flow right to preserve or improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree in specified stream reaches. Senate Bill 197 allows the owner of a decreed storage right to loan water to the Colorado Water Conservation Board for in-stream flow purposes for a stream reach in which the Colorado Water Conservation Board does not hold a decreed in-stream flow right. And the third provision is decrease or non-use of water by electric utility in Yampa River Basin. Senate Bill 197 addresses the decrease of non-use of water held by electric utilities in the Yampa River Basin following shutdown of their power plant. The bill states when reviewing an application for a finding of reasonable diligence to avoid abandonment, that the water court may consider a conditional water right used to support a specific project or potential green energy generation as evidence of reasonable diligence. The legislative declaration on Senate Bill 197 makes it clear that this protection is for the benefit of the entire Yampa River Basin in times of low flow conditions, and that the non-diversion or non-use will provide a benefit to all water users. And finally, I just wanted to touch on money for sports betting for water projects. This is House Bill 241436, which provides that all money collected exceeding the 29 million cap currently in law shall be placed in a special fund and distributed to the Water Plan Implementation Fund to be used for water conservation and protection projects. The bill also sets the distribution of revenue to the Wagering Revenue Recipients Hold Harmless Fund, which is the fund used to offset losses to other wagering revenue recipients, which equals to 6% of full fiscal year sports betting tax revenue or 6% of 29 million, whichever is less. As of March 2024, the revenue collected had never reached the 29 million cap, but it is anticipated to do so in coming years. I also just wanted to flag that CWC has its upcoming conference next month. And as part of our program, if you haven't seen that already, we are planning to address some of the hot topics I just mentioned, including House Bill 1379. We have a workshop on August 20th where the co-chairs and the people involved in those discussions with legislators are going to be sharing the technical impacts in more detail than I went through today with attendees. And then we're also having a general session on Wednesday, August 21st with myself, chair of the subcommittee, Senator Kirkmeyer, and Representatives McCluskey and McCormick, where we're going to talk about all those behind the scenes efforts and what it took to get to that final compromised version of that bill. It's a unique story, and it's one that's we think needs to be shared. And this is the only piece of legislation where CWC actually took 3 different positions in the same legislative session. We went from oppose to amend to support, and that's never happened in our history. So that was quite unique. I also wanted to share that Doug Kemper, our executive director, will be retiring at the end of September. I will be coming into his role at that time as CWC executive director. And that also coincides with a change in our board leadership. Travis Smith, our current board president, will be stepping down at the end of September as well. And our incoming board president is Christine Arbogast, and her term will begin on October 1st. And that's all I have for today. But if you have any questions, let me know. I'm happy to try and answer them. These are very difficult topics. And if not, I may defer them to our lobbying team, but happy and available to answer any if you have questions today.
Johnny, thank you. This is Chris. Thank you very much. Thank you for making the extra effort to join us while traveling. From that quick overview, perfect timing. One clarification, or addition, would you tell us what the Colorado Water Congress's position was on House Bill 1436, the bill that gave us the ballot issue JJ that's coming up in November and is the topic of our next agenda items?
Yes, and sorry, I should have included that. My apologies. We took a position of support on that bill, I believe, and I'm just double checking on our bill tracking sheet. So do not, and that was 1436, correct? Yes. So we took a position of support on April 8th. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Questions for Chane? Let me also tell you, we do have a question, but let me also tell you that Chane has highlighted that Doug Kemper, the longtime executive director of the Colorado Water Congress, is retiring. The board has indicated their support for Chane to succeed Doug, though have not made that official until Doug's actual retirement or until the summer conference. I'm not sure which, but
I will officially step into Doug's big shoes on October 1, but they have designated me as his successor.
That's good. It's official, and she has certainly earned the position. And I and Club 20 look forward to continuing to work with Chane and the Water Congress.
Thank you.
Question.
This is Wendell Coates, Belt County Commissioner. Chane, thank you for that presentation and congratulations again. I had a question about the dredge and fill rulemaking process. One of my big concerns is Mission Creek from CDPHE.
I'm sorry, I think that cut out. I didn't.
As local governments and as individuals really get engaged with the rulemaking process so that it doesn't become.
There's 2 mics. Pause. There's another mic on. Does somebody else have a mic on? Hold on. We're trying to figure out mics. Just 2 on. Yeah.
Brittany, how about the one that's highlighting?
No, that one's off.
What about the wired line?
That one is not the one that's on. So I don't know what's happening here. Give us one moment. Can you shut yours off quick, Randall? Oh, that's turning on two mics for some reason. So we're gonna switch it. Turn that.
Shawna, can you hear me now?
Magical.
Yes, that's much better.
So my question was, how do we as local governments and individuals really get engaged in rulemaking so that we don't have a 2-year wait on a permit when we have so many important projects out there?
How do you get involved in rulemaking as individuals? Well, I would say that relationships with CDPHE are kind of crucial, and it took a lot of work to get to this compromise, as I mentioned. It wasn't easy, and I think I would direct you to speak with CDPHE and figure out a way to not get caught into that 2-year wait. Our State Affairs Committee is very actively involved in those conversations and better trying to understand how that's going to work. As I said, their meetings are going to begin on September 4th. So we don't quite know yet how to get ahead of it is the short answer to your question. But I would say getting engaged and having that relationship with CDPHE is the best way to be in the know from the ground up and hopefully get ahead of being stuck in that 2-year commitment. And I'm happy to provide a contact or connection where necessary to help with that. And our CWC team is certainly going to be involved in those conversations and see what we can do to make sure that it's not locked into that 2-year timeframe.
This is Chris again. You mentioned the dredge and fill committee that was established by the Water Congress during the legislative session. Do you anticipate that committee continuing or reforming to participate actively in the rulemaking process?
I think so. I wouldn't even say that the subcommittee has ended to date. This has been an ongoing process. The bill is signed, but now the work really begins. So we're flagging all these dates, whether it's our lobbying team or the more active participants in the subcommittee. We will be keeping a close eye on this process, and some version of us will be involved in those meetings very actively. And then depending on how that goes, yeah, I think the subcommittee efforts continue.
Thank you. Any further questions for Chane? Not seeing any. Chane, thank you so much for joining us. Please fly safely, travel well, and we look forward to working with you again. I look forward to seeing you at the Water Congress Summer Convention.
As do I. Thank you so much for your time. And again, I'm available to answer any further questions. If you have any, feel free to reach out, but I hope to see all of you at our summer conference next month. Thank you.
Thank you. As you heard, the legislature has placed a ballot initiative on the November ballot for Colorado voters. It is Proposition JJ. You have materials there. You have quite a few materials. You have the act of House Bill 1436 that passed in order to place this on the ballot. You have the fiscal note from the Legislative Council describing and analyzing the process. And thanks to Tony Massaro, sitting over here, Business for Water, we have a one-pager, which importantly, at the very end, includes the language that will appear on the ballot. Very briefly, this is a rather simple, straightforward question. This follows the passage of Proposition D 5 years ago, something like that, 5 years ago, that allowed sports betting and designated the majority of the revenues from tax revenues from sports betting to go in support of the Colorado Water Plan and projects and processes around the Colorado Water Plan. The Proposition D included a cap on the revenues that could be tax revenues that could be collected of $29 million. I think the anticipation was that we would not reach $29 million, but in 5 or 6 years, we're now projected that we will exceed that. Right now, Proposition DD, as passed by the voters, designates any excess of tax revenues in excess of $29 million be returned to the casinos sponsoring sports betting. I would like to see that go back, continue to accrue to the, in support of the Colorado Water Plan. Proposition JJ, in accordance with the Tabor requirements, provides for that or that projection of revenues beyond 29 million to the Department of Natural Resources in support of the Colorado Water Plan. So that will be on, and the Club 20 board will be considering a position on Proposition JJ at its September board meeting. And I want this committee to make a recommendation to the board. I am recommending for your favorable consideration, your favorable recommendation to the board in favor of Proposition JJ. Let me stop there, ask if there are any questions, and ask for a motion. Yes, we have.
I move, and I don't have, yeah, I think we can. To support, be in support for JJ. And I would like to, that's my motion first, and I would like, if there's a second.
Let me get a second. We have a second.
Can I just change a little bit of the wording? It's an executive committee, board of directors.
The board of directors, yes.
Excuse me, I accept that as a correction that I should have.
Sorry,
So
thank you.
there was a motion by Nancy Fishering, seconded by R. Wayne. And Nancy, go ahead with discussion.
Shanae talked about the drought task force. Everyone noted that we needed more money for the Colorado Water Plan. Many of the recommendations from the drought task force said, as policy, there's not enough money to do the projects that we have on the ground in Colorado. It is so expensive. If you don't know this, for example, 1 mile of a new pipeline on our project from Compadre in Montrose costs anywhere from $10 million to $22 million. And you cannot, there is not enough money to take care of our aging infrastructure. And the only way we're going to get more money like that is JJ. That's
Questions?
Thanks, Chris. One right back. Okay, thanks, Chris. Those of us that sit on basin roundtables have seen this issue coming. With the reduction of energy impact funds, which basically has funded most, not all of our water thoughts, I applaud this.
Thank you. And I appreciate you mentioning the roundtables. This is largely in support of the roundtables, the water plan, the basin plans that the roundtables have all adopted and continue to work on. Those projects far exceed even the revenues that an extension of JJ, an extension of ED would provide, but it certainly will. Any other comments? Kathleen Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to make the point that when this passed, designates the funds for the water plan implementation cash fund, which is not the water supply reserve fund, does not distribute, the dollars won't be distributed directly to the individual roundtables. However, roundtables have an important role in providing letters of support for projects that are, for applications that are seeking to use the water plan implementation cash fund money. But I just wanted to make that point clear so that we don't all go home to our roundtables and think that we're going to see an influx of cash. That will not happen. That's going to happen.
Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. But yes, in support of the roundtable's work, not a direct mandated distribution. Seeing no further comments, I will ask for a vote on a motion in support, a recommendation to the board in support of Proposition JJ. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? See unanimously as a recommendation to the board of directors, and I thank you. I now want to turn it over to a couple friends of mine, Abby Burke, Senior Manager with the Western Rivers Program with the Audubon of the Rockies, and Jackie Corday with Corday Natural Resources Consulting out of Montrose. Jackie and Abby, thank you for coming. Thank you for being here in person. We really do appreciate when we have speakers and presenters who are willing to travel as we are to join us. Let me ask while you're getting set up, Andrea,
Yes.
are we working well with the people online?
Yes,
I want
so
to make
far,
sure that I recognize them. I forgot to ask.
no, there was a question.
Comments, and you'll flag me if we have anything. Good, thank you for all those who are joining us online as well as. So if I may turn it over to Abby, again, with my thanks, to give a presentation that I have seen before and am very impressed by. I think that it has some considerable educational and practical values for all of us.
Well, Chris, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Abby Burke and my co-partner and good friends, Jackie Corday. We're delighted to be here today. Home for me is Glade Park. Home for Jackie is Montrose. So it was a beautiful ride coming in. And thank you, Chris, for the warm words about the presentation. Jackie and I will be offering a little bit, kind of three different subtopics. When we really get into the larger presentation, we're at least 90 minutes to 3 hours. So we've got 25 minutes with you today. So please be prepared with your questions. We're happy to entertain them afterwards. So today we're going to talk about some of the highlights of Senate Bill 23-270, and that concerns stream restoration. So we're going to jump back a legislative session to discuss this, but still is very much relevant today, and specifically with the, as Chane had spoken about, the wetlands protection and dredging bill. We're also going to talk about how Jackie and I went around the state to really take to the streets, so to speak, stream restoration practices, creating a training on how the new law touches the ground, and a manual that we created from that. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, that's us. Jackie and I are both co-chairs of the Colorado Healthy Headwaters Working Group. We have a website that has a multitude of resources. So if there are things that are interesting to you today, you can find a recording of our full training for Senate Bill 270 or stream restoration, as well as just pages and pages of resources that you can learn more about. The Colorado Healthy Headwaters Working Group is a conglomeration of, I think we're over 140 people at this point, coming from all backgrounds and areas, from academic researchers to federal and state agencies, tribal engagement, watershed and conservation nonprofits, and a large portfolio of restoration practitioners themselves that participate. So please do find us online. To share a little bit of our vision, up on top, you can see by picture what our vision is, to kind of take streams and river corridors from the left, which we have so many miles of streams that are degraded and in size like this, to the picture on the right, where we have reconnected floodplains. So the Healthy Headwaters Working Group vision is restoring degraded river corridors, because healthy connected floodplains are better for all water users, people and wildlife. As I alluded to, Senate Bill 23-270 was a bipartisan effort with bill sponsor Senator Roberts, Senator Simpson, Representative McCormick, and Representative Catton. Projects to restore natural stream systems. We had quite a spirited discussion around the development of this bill. Chane mentioned a quite spirited discussion to the last minutes around dredging bill, and I want to say stream restoration was very similar to that. We kind of had the runway for dredging bill from Senate Bill 270. And so this was
very successful effort. And I want to highlight that this was led by Colorado Department of Natural Resources, particularly Kelly Romero-Heaney. At that time was the Assistant Director for Water. And Kelly did a tremendous job about bringing people together from a multitude of backgrounds. And Jackie and I, and so many others in our environmental space and across a multitude of water users came together providing technical guidance, advice, coming through into the successful development of Senate Bill 270. And really 270 at its heartbeat was aimed as a legislative fix to bring more certainty to stream restoration proponents and the water user community. So in order to understand a bit about the bill, we really need to understand what did the bill say was the purpose or the need. And so if you see on the screen, that's a direct copy paste quote from the bill declarations page. And so you can see we lead off by all of the multitude of benefits that really truly benefit all of Colorado and Coloradans: forest and watershed health, wildfire mitigation and recovery, flood safety, water quality, recreation, and riparian and aquatic habitats. Functioning natural stream systems are beneficial to all of us. And really the last sentence here highlighted brings it home to what the purpose of the bill truly was. The state should facilitate and encourage the commencement of projects that restore the environmental health of natural stream systems because they have this multitude of benefits. Okay, so maybe we should unpack just for a second why. So why is it important to help facilitate stream restoration in Colorado? Because unfortunately, like many other of our Western state neighbors, we have thousands of miles of streams and rivers that are degraded, that they are incised, disconnected from their floodplain. And so some of the most common causes here are, how do we get to these kind of degraded systems? Well, it could be by riparian vegetation removal. It could be from historic mining or timber harvest practices, altered flows, looking at potentially unmanaged grazing practices, removal of beaver. And sometimes entire channels are removed just out of convenience of placing them into new locations. And so when we have these incised stream systems, they are a problem because if you can imagine, these incised systems are similar, they're very flashy. If you would put your thumb on the end of a garden hose, that's how these systems deliver water. They're fast, they're destructive, they down cut through the sediment. And so ultimately in time, the groundwater tables become lowered as the channel itself also becomes lowered. You get lower summer base flows. Again, like I said, flashier systems when storms come. They really move water quickly and destructively. And with that, you have very high sedimentation in the streams moving downstream. And this can often cause, if it's above a reservoir, you have hundreds of millions every year across the West to dredge out reservoirs to remain storage. And so truly another problem, certainly with Audubon, we are focused on birds in the places that people and birds need. But the loss of riparian and wetland vegetation is a direct loss of forage for your livestock and habitat for birds and other wildlife. And so the problem is quite extensive. Okay. So looking forward, again, just to kind of recap some of the benefits of healthy headwater river corridors with connected functioning floodplains. You can see them listed here on the screen, but it is, there's so many additional benefits, but these are the highlights. We drove down through smoke from Grand Valley, all the way down through. So that first bullet is quite relevant to us right now. Increased resilience to wildfire and drought by re-wetting the soils and providing fire breaks. There have been tremendous examples in Colorado, particularly in the Cameron Peak Burnt Scar, where beaver wet meadows and healthy functioning river corridors survived Colorado's most intense fire. where those areas were consistently delivering clear water, even by surrounded by black ashen hills and matchstick trees. Clear water was still flowing in the channel because of these functioning corridors. Additional benefits are improved water quality by reducing that sedimentation and filtering out other pollutants. Of course, improved river corridor habitat and functioning, and improved availability for water and forage for livestock and wildlife. It's just important to reiterate these benefits because, you know, we can look at the need for restoring these rivers because of the benefits that are so multiple across all water user profiles. Again, I kind of mentioned a little earlier that Senate Bill 270 had quite a spirited debate. I don't think I've ever testified at 12:15 and 3 a.m. before. It was a robust discussion that went into this. Due to the, we'll call it a, again, spirited discussion, dust up, whatever you want to call it with it. We ended up in a good common ground place going forward. However, that dialogue created some hesitation for stream restoration practitioners to not, they just didn't understand what happened at the end of that legislative session. What did the law produce and how would that touch the ground? And so Jackie and I, with support from Department of Natural Resources, Division of Water Resources, with support from Water for Colorado, our coalition for funding, we created a thoughtful 3-hour in-person training for how this new law touches the ground. We reached more than 800 people in about a year's time, maybe a little bit less, all around the state. Folks provided their input. The training therefore evolved and incorporated the feedback from each session going forward. We've just created a new manual that Jackie will show you a little bit about how that 3-hour training comes down into a roughly 18 or 19 page manual about the new law. And so our next steps through Healthy Headwaters Working Group is to continue to provide this training, to continue to build the confidence and to share best management practices, whether you're operating within Senate Bill 270's criteria or your project may be beyond that. There are best management practices that work to create alignments and respect for water rights, as well as improving the river corridor functioning and ecological health. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jackie to kind of give you a little bit more.
Okay, so once again, I just want to say, Chris, thank you very much for your invite. This is really great to be able to be here and present on this. But you're just going to get the Cliff Notes version. Again, Abby mentioned it's a 3-hour training and we've got 25 minutes. So I'm going to jump through it fairly quick. But what was important early in the training was to talk about where does this new bill live in Colorado water law? And it's under the section 602, which is exemptions, presumptions. And I'm just gonna raise of hands of how many people know that section. Are you familiar with 602 and the exemptions? Okay, a few of you. So these exemptions started out, I'm gonna say maybe 30 or more years ago as a way for the legislature to say, these particular types of water uses are critical to our state. And we think the science shows that it will have very minimal impact, if any, on water rights. So we're going to exempt certain uses from having to go and acquire a water right. And so some of them you're probably familiar with. Rural residential wells under 35 GPM. So most of you probably know about that one. Wells used exclusively for firefighting purposes, monitoring purposes, rain barrels, stormwater detention facilities. And now this is where this brand new SB 270 exemption lives as well. Minor stream restoration activities. That's a mouthful to keep saying. So we had to come up with an acronym like we do so many times. MISRA. So if I say MISRA, that's what I'm meaning, minor stream restoration activities, which I'm going to walk you through what that means. Okay, so in the bill, this is a quote right from the bill, and that's what we usually try to do in the training, is just take language right out from the bill. This is what the first level criteria is. If you want to have your stream restoration project be exempt from having to get a water right, this is your first level of criteria. The bill defines what is a stream restoration project. Well, it means that it has to be within a natural stream system and for these purposes. And these are the purposes that you are probably familiar with: wildland fire mitigation, flood mitigation, bank stabilization, water quality protection, infrastructure protection, sediment and erosion management, ecosystem restoration. So those are all the purposes that have for decades have been around for stream restoration. So you have to meet those two things. So if you meet those two things, then the next criteria says a stream restoration project that is limited to those two things, plus it is a minor stream restoration activity. Then what it means is the project does not cause material injury to any vested water right. That's one of the most key things. Purpose for the bill was to define how can you do stream restoration and not cause injury to water rights. That was the purpose. And so the next slide shows you the MISRES, the minor stream restoration activities. It created 6 of them. And this is where we spend, you know, why it's a 3-hour training, because we take a lot of time to go through and explain all of these different categories. And we had dozens of pictures showing you what does that look like when you do a stream restoration project in a perennial stream, in an ephemeral or intermittent stream, after wildfire. So today, I'm just going to touch on the first category and the last category as really great examples of maybe projects that might happen in Western Colorado for the benefits that Abby was talking about. Okay, so if you took that very first category and you broke it down into the language from the bill, these are the criteria that all projects must follow in perennial streams if they want to fit under this and not have to get a water right, if they want to qualify for this. So you can see the big ones are allow water to flow through. So like whatever you're doing in the stream, it's the project, once it's done, it's still going to allow water to flow downstream. And the structure does, whatever you've done, does not cause the water level to exceed the ordinary high water mark. Is that a term that most folks are familiar with? It was not a term that a lot of folks in the river restoration field were familiar with. So that's why we spent, I don't know, at least 24 slides just explaining that. So the next slide is like, well, what is that? Where did that come from? Well, it's a term that's been around actually for over 100 years in federal law. It was a term that was in the 1899 Rivers and Harbors Act. And it was a marker that they came up with to determine where does the water end and where does the land begin? Because that, of course, has a lot to do with property rights. Like, where does my property end and where does somebody else's if they're along a stream? So it was a term that's been around for a long time. It was borrowed from, I believe, the UK. And then it was used heavily in the Clean Water Act. The Clean Water Act was passed in the early 70s. So under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act, and the ordinary high water mark defines the lateral limits of federal jurisdiction over waters of the state of the United States. And so these are just a basic explanation that has been used for a long time of, well, how do you tell where it is? It's a line on the shore established by fluctuations of water each year. And kind of a Cliff Notes version of that is the mark left by average peak flows over multiple years. So these graphics are really helpful. We use this in the training
to say, well, okay, so what does that look like on a cross section of a stream? And you can see the colors of blue there, low flows, moderate, high flows. High flows is the ordinary, high flow, and extreme. And so that's the one that's relevant now to stream restoration in perennial streams if you're wanting to fit your project within SB 270 and not have to get a water right. Your project, once it's whatever you've done to the stream, it can't force the water above that high flow mark. Okay, and this is what it looks like. Often there's a lot of streams around the west that look like this. And the ordinary high water mark used to be, before the incision occurred long ago, at the yellow line. That was probably the natural place where the stream would come up and flow each year during high runoff, but now it's down here. So your stream restoration project needs to go in and delineate that line and then keep whatever you're doing below that. The next slide. But what's really important in the Army Corps of Engineers manual is that it's not a static line and changes over both time and space. And so that is the very point of being able to do stream restoration is, okay, first you have to delineate where that ordinary high water mark is, but then your project the next year might change that level a little bit. Nature changes it with flash floods, it certainly cuts down more, but it can also grade back up. And that is the point of your stream restoration project. You want to slowly grade it back up. And I just wanted to show you a picture of a creek near Gunnison, where some wooden structures were put in. They actually were put in 2019, and 2 years later, this is what it looks like. And the whole point of this structure is just to slowly catch sediment. And you can see how down cut and incised this is here. But 2 years later, that simple structure, which is allowing water to flow down, is not moving it above the ordinary high water mark, you can see that it's starting to heal that side of the bank, doing exactly what they had hoped it would do. And then the last one is installing structures in a natural stream system for the recovery from impacts of fire or flood emergency. This is a really important one across the state. The legislature spent a lot of time talking about this. Many of you have seen streams that look like this after a fire. And so what's important now is that work will be able to be done in streams like this to stop that nasty ash black debris flow. And this is how they do it. The next slide. By putting in little log jams that can help stop that debris flow. They'll catch it. That's the very purpose of putting in these woody debris piles. The next slide is the Coalition for the Poudre River is working a lot on the Cameron Peak fire recovery work. You can see they're felling trees into the floodplain area of the stream, putting in woody debris, and that's going to help stop that sediment flow. And then Abby mentioned we did a training manual to try to put this from the 3-hour training and this like 75 slides into an 18-page manual. And that manual is now available on our website and open to anybody to come and take a look at it. And we talk about best management practices for stream restoration. That's something that Abby and I have been talking about for many, many years. And that is, how can you do these projects while respecting water rights, while not impacting people downstream? And now Abby's going to talk. Thank you. Thank you, Jackie, very much. We were in the last 2 slides real quick. I'm actually going to breeze past this one. Shanae gave a great overview of how we got to House Bill 1379, Colorado's nation-leading new state permit program around dredging fill. And how does that intersect with stream restoration? That's something that we have been highly focused on, because as you heard Shanae describe about, rocks and sticks and, filling and things like that, how do we continue to make sure that all of the needs around stream restoration are met that have been cleared through Senate Bill 270 to make sure that they remain unencumbered through House Bill 1379 process as well. So truly, the last two bullets are probably new. Other than that, Shani went over the information. But around ephemeral streams, the Water Quality Control Commission must promulgate rules. Shani mentioned the rulemaking process. Again, it's going to be a prolonged process. But right now, there's an exemption for voluntary stream restoration efforts in ephemeral streams that do not require compensatory mitigation and are designed solely to provide ecological lift where the activity is taking place. The next is if your stream restoration project may be in a perennial or an intermittent system, and you require a nationwide permit from the Army Corps, then you do not need a separate permit from the state as well. And again, these details will be further refined during the rulemaking process. And so I'm sure Chris will be circulating information on how to participate. So with that, we'll close and just thank you very much and happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you. We have time for questions. Thank you both very much. This committee chair is notorious, has a notoriously short attention span. I appreciate the clip notes. I recognize how difficult that was to produce 3 hours to 20 minutes. A quick follow-up for practical application. One is to mention our appreciation, because whether you're involved with a watershed group or a roundtable or any water activities, you're likely to see some of these projects, or you're likely to want some of these projects. And certainly in our post-wildfire era, all of us are interested in the opportunities for stream restoration. Accordingly, where can we access the manual, one, and two, the Senate Bill 270 had a stated purpose of initiating and encouraging these projects, these types of projects. Where can somebody interested receive support and encouragement from Senate Bill 270?
Chris, thank you for a great opening question, and it's wonderful when there's a singular response to that. Please do, if you literally Google Colorado Healthy Headwaters Working Group, our webpage will come right up. In that, there is a resources tab. Click that. We just hosted a 140 plus member stream restoration workshop and how Senate Bill 270 touches the ground with both in classroom as well as out in the field experiences. That workshop was just held in June in Carbondale. And in that resources tab, there are every one of the presentations of the 20-some presenters that was given at that workshop, including the manual. The link is right there. And also I'm happy to follow up with you, Chris, if for anybody who else would like that link directly, happy to provide that as well. But through the Healthy Headwaters Working Group, through your local watershed organization, but we really encompass such a broad scope of people in Healthy Headwaters that we try to provide support, education, outreach, connection with restoration practitioners, solid practitioners that participate and do these projects and do them well while respecting water rights for decades of experience. And so please do connect with Jackie and myself. You'll find our contact information through that website as well.
And then just on your second question, Chris, a really great resource for, especially for basin roundtables, is the Colorado Conservation Board, of course, because Chris Stern, who heads the watershed restoration program for the CWCB, has funding specific for watershed restoration, including stream and wetland restoration. So that's a really great place to start. He has a web page that says all of the, it's a CWCB web page, and it has all of the different programs and things that he has developed over the years, including access to funding.
Thank you.
So Chris, one last one.
Yes, please.
Wildfire Ready Watersheds page. Please do circle around that and find out more information. Chris Stern is also the head of that in the watershed program. But in this pre and post fire work around our river corridors. That program has been highly celebrated, very successful. Another great resource.
Good, thank you. We always appreciate extra resources. Ray Beck, and then over here, and Andrea, do I have anybody online? Okay. Ray Beck, you have a question, and then come to Kathleen Curry third.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, ladies. Great presentation. I know there's a lot of people in this room that have a whole lot more knowledge about water than I do. I'm a former Moffett County Commissioner, but the one thing that really bothered me with your presentation was that I didn't see a whole lot of reference to agriculture. I didn't see anything in that list of exemptions. I didn't see anything in reference to ag. I didn't see anything in terms of water rights and how that impacts agriculture. So I'm wondering, help educate me. Did I miss it? Is it not important to this study or this presentation or this bill? Because agriculture is the lifeblood of our community in rural Colorado. And so help me understand, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, with the 20 minutes, a lot dropped out, And we have very much been front and center trying to have conversations with the agricultural community and how stream restoration can be done, not impacting the agricultural community. So that has been very much front and center in what we've been doing the last few years. And if you see the full presentation, then that thread comes much more through.
Okay, on your list of supporters, the most important one you can put up there is your ag community. You had everybody else, including the environmentalists and all that stuff, but you got to have your agriculture people in there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I would be remiss in saying that we're not working with a ranch right now on Quebec and more ranches because of the benefits to the forage going forward. And the current one that we're working on is almost a 2-mile restoration in the burn scar to help restore the forage and the water quality for the cattle, which have been ill since then. So thank you for your great comment, but we do feel that ag is a partner, and this is where we're doing a lot of the project work because the benefits are felt right from that operation and downstream. Thank you.
Okay. And I have a question here, and if you'll help me with your name, introduce yourself, and I apologize.
That's right. Jeff Moeller, Lake City. Thank you so much for running your presentation. I'm a little slow at times, but I'm really having trouble understanding the direction of the bill. What I think I hear is that the bill will allow legislature to rescind water rights or existing water rights if they deem that it is impacting, the use of that water is impacting the wetlands. Am I wrong in that?
I'm so sorry that it wasn't clear enough, because no, that a legislature would have no power to rescind water rights. No, so what the bill does is it says to anybody who wants to do a stream restoration project, whether that's a private landowner, a ranch, because they're seeing the impact of forest fire and they want to do some of that work that I showed you in the picture. So anybody, whether it's the Forest Service, BLM, the state, or private ranch, what the bill says to them is that if you want to do a stream restoration project and not impact water rights, not have to get a water right or apply for one, then you can, but you have to follow these criteria. And that is why it lives under 602, the statute, which provides an exemption to having to get a water right. Every single one of those exemptions require you do it in a very careful way to not impact water rights. So there's criteria for every single one of them. There's a long list of criteria that you have to follow, and then you don't have to apply for a water right. Does that sound clearer? I just want to make sure.
A little bit. I still think I hear that there's an organization or legislature in Denver, for example, that would determine whether or not a landowner, the criteria for applying for a water right would be more upon a decision by those people than it has been in the past.
That might have something that be completely different than SB 270. You may be hearing something that is not related to SB 270, because SB 270 did not change how to apply for a water right. It didn't touch that law. It was very specific to stream restoration.
Jackie, correct me if I'm wrong, that in fact, there is no change and that it's not it's not the legislature and it's not the administration. It remains in the water court to determine water
Yes.
rights. That is unchanged, that is explicitly protected in Senate Bill 270. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct, Chris.
All right.
Oh, if I could.
Ray Beck, and then did I hear that we have somebody online with a question? All right, Ray Beck online and then Kathleen. Oh,
So we agreed that.
Kathleen, then. Sorry.
All right, thank you. So this kind of builds off of the discussion we were just having. And I appreciate the presentation and you're right, a lot of folks in the Club 20 area were directly engaged on this bill. And it ended up in a better form than it started out. The Grand Valley Water Users Association and the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association, they were at the table, so was Youth Water, Orchard Mesa, and Clifton. And I guess my question, I'll get right to it, has to do with the injury issue, because that's really why this became so controversial. Water right holders were concerned about potential injury when these projects are thought of and then put into place. Who has the burden of showing whether or not they're injured? Does the project get built and then the guy downstream sees a depletion in his water right? How do we make sure that that injury doesn't happen with the way the bill came out? What's your thought on that?
Thank you, Kathleen. It's an excellent question that we have been asked in different ways and different variations. So that was one of the main reasons why the criteria came out the way that they did. Because through a lot of the discussions, legislatures and stakeholders that were present felt like, okay, we allow residential wells, we allow stormwater detention ponds and monitoring wells. What is another way to allow for stream restoration? But that we feel fairly assured that there's not going to be injury. And that ordinary high water mark was really the crux of how they determined that you could do the restoration in a very slow, measured way without affecting downstream water rights. Because if, and I'll give you an example, I know of a couple of projects. I've been doing a lot of research on this for years. And so over time, we developed best management practices to make sure on top of SB 270, but beyond that, to make sure that you're not impacting water rights. And so we came up with best management practices, and unfortunately that was one of the slides that I had to just like go through really fast. But one of the list of BMPs is that you build whatever you're going to build, you build it very loose and porous so that that water, it's not anything like a dam. Absolutely not. It's very loose and porous, but it's just enough of a structure to start catching that sediment. So that's just one of the BMPs. Another BMP is like, don't do these where you're going to harm water rights. Do them far up in the watershed, way above diversion structures, above reservoirs is ideal because you're going to capture that sediment that would otherwise end up in the reservoir. And then talk, to anybody who might be concerned. Downstream water users needs to be in your circle of people who you're communicating with. So that's what we've been advocating, is like, do all of these things, and that's going to reduce the risk so low of any harm. But let's say something happens and somebody didn't follow all those, and there is a complaint downstream after a project, because that gets to your question of burden of proof. So that person would need to then, what we think is likely, because there's no case yet that's happened. So what we think is likely, they're gonna go talk to their water commissioner, the local DWR representative that they know, and there's probably gonna be a site visit. And they're gonna talk about, like, okay, let's take a look at this project. And if the DWR personnel thinks that, well, you probably could loosen these up more and that would solve the problem. Can you do that? Our BMP say, do that. Work with that person downstream. You don't want to go to water court. Neither the person who's doing the stream restoration project or the water user wants to go to water court. Who wants to do that? So that's what we have been encouraging. But again, there's no case study yet, so I can't answer you beyond hypotheticals. Does that help?
And thank you for the great questions, because it does get into the nitty gritty really fast. And what we do tend to focus on are these beaver mimicry structures or post-assisted log structures. Let's make sure also very clear that stream restoration, the minor stream restoration activities includes upland headcut control. It includes one rock dams, as they're called, or use of the D word probably in that, but it is literally protecting and stopping head cuts from working up a valley and dewatering them. So I know that a lot of the focus comes quickly onto the beaver mimicry type structures. But when we're looking at the 6 different criteria, the 6 different categories, if you will, within Senate Bill 270, there is a vast spectrum of projects that have zero ability to impact any wetlands going forward. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at the full suite when we're thinking about stream restoration.
Thank you. Last question. Andrea, Brittany, I'll turn it over to you to bring them on from online.
Go ahead, Virginia.
Yes, I'm Jenny Harrington, Holocaust Cattlemen's. Kathleen sort of stole some of my thunder because the injury to agriculture and the loss of working ranch lands and agriculture lands is really a big concern as we see development and everything going on and all the other challenges. And we really don't need to lose these lands that protect wildlife and habitat. When these conversations are carried on, it would be a great boost to ag and with people to work with you if you would consider saying, the great things that are already happening on private working ranch lands that protect habitat, wildlife habitat, riparian areas and such. So that's just kind of a heads up that you don't see good things being said, but it's always, oh, agriculture may have done this. So that's just a heads up that we'd appreciate recognition of the good things that we do on our private ranch lands, working ag lands. And I was just concerned too about the risks and how that will be handled as the injuries to ag producers downstream. Thank you.
Did you catch most of that? I think it was more of a comment, but that Kathleen's question got most of it. But I do want to reiterate, so many nonprofits and watershed groups are working with agricultural partners because ag does see the benefit of the increased forage, the improved late season flows, all of that. So what's good for streams can absolutely be good for ranching and vice versa. We truly believe that it's a great partnership going forward because our agricultural lands are where a lot of these practices are needed. And over time, and I hope that you get curious and really look at agricultural stream restoration projects, even just pop it into YouTube. There are some phenomenal testimonials and videos from ranchers around the West that benefit from these practices. I wish we had the time. Chris, we're going to enforce an hour at least every time so that we can include everything.
Thank you. I understand the challenge. I have a challenge right now. So if you all will join me in thanking Abby and Jack. And if somebody who has power of transmission, turn the lights on and wake everybody up. We will move to resolutions. I promise those of you who were at the spring meeting and watched me clumsily rush through all of our resolutions, I will promise not to do that. If we don't get to all of them, that's fine. Brittany?
So we'll need to keep the lights off if we are.
Oh,
looking at
in
them.
order to have it
Yeah.
on the screen, all right. Well, if everybody has their packet in front of them, let's start with a recommendation to amend WA 14-2. This is now proposing, among other things, to retitle this Colorado Water Planning rather than Colorado Water Plan. 2014, we were just in the development of Colorado Water Plan. Now we have an ongoing Colorado Water Planning process. And these amendments are intended to recognize those changes, bring this resolution up to date. Thank you. I have a motion from Ray Beck to adopt or to amend the WA 14-2 as presented. I have a second to open up the discussions. Second. And a second to the commissioner. And now discussion, Kathleen Curry.
Thank you, and this might be a friendly amendment to your motion, on the second, sorry, it's coming in late, on the second page of this resolution. You go all the way to the second to the last bullet on your list there under the be it resolved section. You'll see, the second to the last bullet talks about funding for portions of multi-purpose projects, and I know this is old language. I would like to take out the word multi-purpose, so for portions of projects. That way, if you have a project that might not meet all the criteria for multi-purpose, but is really more strictly agriculture, for example, that way we're not foreclosing on that. And I'm hoping you might see that as a friendly suggestion.
As a principal drafter of these amendments, I consider that favorable recommendation. We'll get it back. We'll come back to the motion. Andrea,
Yeah, I just need to have it clarified where that's at in the document.
second to last bullet
Second.
on the second page, all the way at the end, right at the end of the line.
Okay, multi-purpose. Remove the
No, actually, it's the beginning of your line, second, right?
right below develop.
Third line up. Just missing it. Do you have any other comments?
Right. Yes.
All right, then let me go back to our motion. Is that a friendly amendment and second acceptable? Okay. Seeing no further discussion and none online, let me ask for a vote on the recommendation to the board to amend WA 14-2 as proposed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Very good. Thank you. That goes to the board unanimously. Next is an amendment to WA 24-1. This is really just cleaning up something that was done this summer, this spring. And this is trying to clean up the federal water rights questions, and you'll see the next two proposals are resolutions to be deleted. These are combining these and putting these all together. This actually cleans up what I rushed the committee through in the springtime. And I would add that on the second page, top of the second page, the bullet that begins opposes criteria. Okay, that, and well, let's see, let me just read it and suggest that the word "the" needs to be a "that." Opposes criteria in Forest Service land management plans, then all that's being struck in the next word is preclude. We need the "that" reinserted. So it's in place of the word "the" in red at the end of the second line. Yeah, that becomes that, preclude multiple uses on federal lands. And then on the next, do we get that?
Yeah.
All right, and then on the next bullet, on this, okay, this one, it goes down. So just at the beginning of third line down, the word opposes again, in front of the red line.
Yeah.
No, second,
Oh.
or 3 lines down. There you got opposes, you strike the word opposes. Otherwise, this just sort of ends in a verb. So, with those corrections, let me see if we have any, let me see if we have yeah, that now comes as the recommendation that was intended to be before you. We have a motion from Nancy Fishering for adoption.
I move to recommend to the board to amend WA 24-1, now called federal water rights, which would delete the next 2, which are.
Well, we'll do the next 2, to make sure those are done separately. The intention of this one is to incorporate, we'll see if people.
Accept this amended.
Yeah, wouldn't recommend deletion until we make these changes.
Before you get your second.
Okay. Okay, still under, being further resolved, it would be which further resolved? It would be when it's, supports the MOU between Region 2 Forest and CDN. Yes. I gotta find it, I know it's there. You got it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. We need to spell out.
Yeah. And what Emily.
Okay. Thank you. Memorandum of Understanding, Colorado Department of Natural Resources. Good clarifications, consider those editorial, barely editorial, and so now I look for a second to Nancy Fishering's amendment. That gives a second. Any discussion? Further amendments? Corrections? Seeing none, I will ask for a vote on the amendment of WA 24-1, Brittany. Raybeck.
Thank you.
Yep, sorry. And so all those in favor of the amendments as presented and discussed, say aye. And any opposed? Thank you very much. And with that, I think I recommend that we can delete both WA 92-3 and WA 92-2 as now being included in WA 24-1, which will become maybe 24-1 again, because it will be taken up this fall. But if I can ask for a motion. You're a second?
No, I'm moving to delete.
Delete both of them? Thank you. Barrett Linky and for both. Yes, that was both. And Nancy Fisher in seconds. Any discussion? Right, very good. And now a vote in favor of deletion of WA 92-3 and 92-2 as no longer necessary. All those in favor say aye. And any opposed, same sign. Thank you very much. Finally, and then lunch, we promise you that, is an amendment to the Clean Water Act reauthorization, WA 95-1. And let me, as the drafter, bring a correction or a clarification to the final, be it further resolved, all the way at the bottom, Andrea. In the second line, it says more stringent than federal standards. And I want to insert the word "and" calling out. That'll clarify that we're not just asking for federal standards calling. All right, so insert the word "and," and that now I will ask for a motion for consideration. Thank you, Merritt Linky, and a second. Raybeck? Yeah, Raybeck, thank you. Any discussion? Really cleaning these up. large part. And I thank you, the Water Drafting Committee, the Review Committee thanks you. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendments to WA 95-1 as presented, please say aye. And any opposition? Hearing none, that will go to the board as a unanimous recommendation. My thanks to everyone present and our presenters. I want to, Andrea, any directions on lunch, including making sure that everyone has paid. You don't have to sponsor. So where do we go?
So if you have not paid yet, I do have a QR code you can scan. I believe it's with the refreshments, and I'll move it over to the lunch table. And then lunch, you're gonna move through the kitchen. We'll go ahead and open that door for you in a moment. You'll move through in a nice orderly line. And then don't forget, in the fridge, there's plenty of soda to go around. And that's all I have for you.
All right, thank you, Andrea. Thank you, everyone. We will reconvene after lunch for more committee fun. Lunch is now served. Oh, yeah.
I'm interested in it, but I think they're much smarter than I was. Yeah.
We do want to start our activity of the day on time. So pretty, please go eat.
Get started.
Hey, everybody, we are gonna get started so that we are respectful to our speakers that are both in the room and online, so if we could close those doors as people are coming in and keep those conversations out in the hallway, that would be great. Let's give a round of applause for Saucy Mamas, who was catering our food today. And then one more round of applause for the town of Nucla, for the surrounding communities, and all of our sponsors that made this event possible. And with that, I'll hand it over to Michael.
Thank you, Brittany. I have to admit, if you haven't had the friendship with Saucy Mamas, it was really good last night. They did a great job. Welcome everybody to the Club 20 Business Affairs Committee. I'm Michael Murphy. I am the pinch hitter for Mr. Phil Vaughn. So sorry, guys, you got the B team today. We'd like to thank everybody on the Business Affairs Committee Advisory Panel. If you'll take a look on the back, everybody's listed there. There's a couple others that we need to update, but right now that's who it is. I'm not going to bore you with reading them all off. So as we all know, membership's the lifeblood. I'm just a Phil's here. Okay, so I've heard it so many times, I've got it. But business, membership's the lifeblood. We're all here because we love the Western Slope. We actually really like each other. And as a group, we're a lot stronger as one. Club 20's been going for 70 years. There's a reason for that. Make a hell of a difference, like we saw in these presentations earlier. But anyway, thank you for your membership. I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Ray Beck, the membership chair of Club 20.
1001 and 1002. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity on behalf of Club 20. 1953. 1953. Club 20 has been in existence for 71 years. Think about that. We're a coalition of individuals, businesses, tribes, local governments. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that represents the Western Slope on issues such as water, transportation, energy, healthcare, education, public lands, natural resources, agriculture, and that's to name most of them. So we have 10 policy committees. And I don't know whether you realize it or not, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but as I look around the room, but this is where the rubber meets the road. This is where policy is developed. This is where policy is recommended to the full board. And if you're not a member of Club 20, you need to be a member of Club 20 if you have concerns about Western Colorado and the direction that we're going. Probably more so now than ever in the past. We need members of Club 20 to come in and be the voices of Club 20. And so with that being said, I have to read this, a couple of benefits that you have as a member of Club 20, both existing and those that are thinking about or potential members, is that you get to be a part of a long-standing organization that works together to be the unified voice advocating on behalf of the Western Slope, creating effective change. You have the opportunity to meet and network with elected officials and civic leaders from around Colorado, which we've been doing all day long, as well as the receptions that we have at these events. And you'll experience that tonight. Participate in Club 20 policy committees and influence the policies that help shape the Western Slope. Stay informed and educated on current issues affecting Western Colorado through events like town hall meetings and updates. Receive special member discounts on Club 20 meetings, registrations, and special events. It's not about what you know, it's about who you know, and we know the Club 20 staff. Engage and inform your elected officials through Club 20 trips to Denver and Washington DC. I think the last time we were in DC was like 2019, just before COVID hit. So that's been kind of virtual the last couple of years. And I also, before I sign off here, Mr. Chairman, we got to recognize our staff. Please give them a round of applause. And I want to just leave everybody with this quote, and I don't know who quoted it, so I'm going to read it anyway. The value we place on a relationship or project or opportunity can be measured directly by the degree of diligence we apply in working at it. I guarantee you that Club 20 members have a lot of diligence in what we do in developing our policy and making sure that we remain the voice of the Western Slope. So with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. Sure appreciate everything you're doing. And just a small little story to add to what Ray mentioned. Before I became chair of Club 20, a very close friend of mine years and years ago asked me to get involved. It was Bert Becker. She was one of the founding members back in 1950. His family gave to me when I received the chairmanship his pen from 1953, and you'll see it on my lapel every Club 20. So it goes deep, guys. What you're doing here today will continue for generations. That being said, we've got two speakers here today, and we'd like to hop right into it. We have Rose on the line.
She is.
Okay, so I'd like to introduce a very special human being, someone who was Western Slope based. She's gone to the dark side. I mean, the Eastern Slope, I'm sorry. But may I introduce the minority leader of the Colorado State House of Representatives, Rose.
Thank you so much. It's so good to see so many friends from the Western Slope at Club 20. And I apologize sincerely. I was so looking forward to being with you all in person. Many of you might have heard or seen that my little guy broke his leg. So don't tell your children to go out and play outside and get off video games, because then they fall off their scooter, they break their leg, and then mom's homebound for a little while. So I apologize, but would have loved to have been there in person today. But thank you all for this opportunity. When Phil reached out, he said, and I'm sorry that he's not here today, really appreciate Michael for leading this meeting. He had asked me to talk about the property tax journey and where we started and where we are right now. And then it hit on Tabor refunds as well. So as I understand it, I have about 40 minutes. Andrea, if I have less than that, let me know. I know you all are trying to stay on schedule. And I really want this to be interactive, because I do think there's probably some more legislation coming on property tax. So I definitely want to leave plenty of time for questions and feedback. So with that, I'm going to walk through kind of the property tax journey first. As you all know, about a year ago, I was sitting before you all to talk about Proposition HH and the potential impacts. And in that session, Senator Byron Pelton from the Eastern Plains, also former county commissioner, myself, and Lisa Frizzell, who is a representative out of Douglas County, before we were even elected, or formally elected, we were working on property tax because we knew that something would have to be done for a long-term and sustainable solution. And those ideas kind of fell by the wayside. We had kind of a very rough session and not a lot of bipartisan conversation. And I will get to the positive of where we ended up. But in that first session, Proposition HH came out, lots of opposition, basically party line vote, hit the ground running. Senator Kirkmeyer and I traveled the state to talk about the downfalls of Proposition HH and why we shouldn't be passing it. We saw an incredible grassroots movement throughout all of Colorado, every part of Colorado, and it was defeated 60-40 at the ballot box. And the good thing about it And what I had said to you all and had said in my statewide travels was that if we defeat Proposition HH at the ballot box, that the governor and the Democrats, I mean, it's no secret, Republicans are in a super minority in the House and on the verge of a super minority in the Senate. So our bargaining power isn't great. But if Proposition HH fails, I felt like we could go into another session and do some good work together. Then governor called a special session. So Proposition HH fails 60-40, calls a special session, and that the bipartisanship still wasn't there. And I think the governor and the Democrats got a lot of blowback from how that special session went. And it was unfortunate because, and where we disagreed, was that we really wanted to focus on property tax and instead focused on a couple of other key issues for Democrats that Republicans could not support. During the special session, Senator Kirkmeyer and I came up with 2 alternative bills on property tax. Both of those didn't even make it out of committee. I think it was defeated in the first 2 hours of the special session. So it was very frustrating moving forward. And for all of you in the room, I see a lot of county commissioners and people who are very familiar with local government. As we all know, the state gets $0 from property tax. It is not something that they have to build a budget on. And when Gallagher was repealed and that authority over property tax then went to the state, some of you all who were with me as we fought against repeal, not because Gallagher was perfect, but because we were worried about the state, who has really no interest in property tax, being able to make those decisions for local governments. The other problem is consistency. And what we've seen is, a couple of temporary fixes on property tax since Gallagher repeal, but not a long-term sustainable solution. And I think we've counted, there's about 5 county commissioners in the legislature between both chambers or former county commissioners. And we are probably the only people who have ever had to build a budget based on property tax. And so ignoring those voices, I think, was definitely a downfall for the Democrats on their property tax relief. I think they also realized that. So after the very rough Proposition HH, rough special session, and this isn't partisan. The governor and I have had very open and frank conversations about this. We saw a shift in January of that next session, so this past January, where the Democrats really did come to the table and say, okay, how do we work together to fix property tax? And I'm incredibly grateful for having those conversations. And I'll be honest with you all that, not that I'm not normally honest, but especially with you all, that Senator Pelton and I, Byron Pelton, had started talking about, and something I would love to have some discussion on when we get to that portion, how do we get the state out of the way for property taxes? Because the state does not depend on property tax. We can talk about school districts and backfill for school districts, but how do we make property tax actually local and help our local governments and our special districts? And so we were working on a potential bill early in session. We brought Democrats in. The Senate president was sitting in my office, and we had Democrats at the table saying, is there an opportunity to take the state out of this? Kind of the way Gallagher was. I mean, the state was never involved before Gallagher was repealed. And they really have no business in the property tax world. So we tried working on some legislation. We couldn't quite get there. There was a lot of opposition to taking the state out of the property tax conversation. It's still something I'd like to revisit and work through, either for this next session. I think a lot's going to depend on what happens in November, and we'll talk a little bit about ballot initiatives and where we are on property tax. But I do feel like, and the Senate president asked me, he's like, Rose, in your perfect world, what would you want? And I would kind of want to go back to Gallagher, where we had predictability, and get the state out of it. I don't know how that's going to play out. There does not seem to be a huge appetite, but I'd like to have the conversation. Part of where it fell apart for Senator Byron Pelton and myself was the advocates who we were working with, special districts and some local governments, really wanted language in our bill that said you cannot go to the ballot again, ever on property taxes, including citizen initiatives. And I will never, ever take away the opportunity for citizens, local governments, or communities to go to the ballot on any issue. And I think that that's a slippery slope and a dangerous precedent. And it's kind of where some of the conversations fell apart. Again, there wasn't a ton of support from Republicans or Democrats to get the state out of the conversation. I still don't really understand why we can't come up with that, but I recently had a meeting with fire districts in my district, or I should say in El Paso County. It was the Pikes Peak region. And when I talked about that, I mean, they literally applauded. So I think long term, it would be really nice if we can figure out how to get the state out and bring more predictability to local governments so they can operate. So we went through session, that bill didn't pass. There were lots of conversations. I want to be honest, there were lots of really good bipartisan conversations throughout the whole session. From the moment we stepped back, it was definitely a change in what had happened in the last session, special session. And there was really a willingness to try to come together and figure this out. And I appreciate that very, very much. So then towards the end of session, we still weren't getting anywhere. We have two ballot initiatives, Proposition 50 and Proposition 50 and then Initiative 108 that was coming. And as many of you might have seen, there were definitely some deals to be had. There were deals to be had on medical malpractice limits, where there was looming ballot questions. There was a deal on oil and gas that had looming ballot questions. And then there was property tax. And we as a legislature were able to figure out the other two and navigate those. We did not at the end of session have a deal to take off Proposition 50 or Initiative 108 from the table. So Proposition 50 would be constitutional, and it would be a 4% cap on total statewide property revenues. The problem with that, and one of the things, and I'm going to go through what we actually wound up passing, part of my concern for local governments, but especially special districts, is the ability to bond. And so we were having a lot of those conversations about how some of this legislation or these ballot initiatives will impact bonding, current bonds and then future bonds. And so there's certain language that bond attorneys told us that we needed, that we put in the legislation that we wound up passing at the end of session, that is not in Proposition 50. And I am incredibly concerned. I'm not speaking against or for either of the propositions or potential ballot questions, but I will say I am concerned about the bonding ability for local governments and our special districts. So just keep that in mind. And obviously the 4% cap is going to be very hard on a lot of local governments. And then 108 kind of does a Gallagher style. I'm not necessarily opposed to the Gallagher style. I just think when you have people who haven't been in local government coming together and coming up with these different initiatives without input on the impacts, as I think all of you know, I'm a county attorney for a small rural county in Southeast Colorado who, as many of you are, I mean, I see all commissioners from lots of small counties on the Western Slope. Property tax is incredibly important, and having that predictability and stability is really important. And yes, you want to help your constituents, but there has to be a balance so that you can provide essential services. And so when you have people who aren't in that world, I think it's a little bit harder. So 108 would cut residential rate to 5.7% and then non-residential to 24%. Now there's a provision in there that says that local governments, including school districts, will be backfilled. There is some question as to whether or not there is actually an obligation of the state to backfill. So if you've been hearing about 108 and Senator Kirkmeyer, Representative Taggart, myself, Senator Byron Pelton are still trying to navigate through this, there is some discrepancy in what backfill would be, if there's an obligation to backfill, and what that's going to look like. And there's a discrepancy in the numbers that we're still trying to navigate. So I just want to be clear that while I'm not advocating for or against any of these, I think there's still a lot of data we don't have to make better decisions as citizens. Now, local governments will still have some impacts, and I think that's going to be really hard. So, and the other thing is 108 would, if you have deep roost in the past, there's a question that I'm still trying to get the real answer to. It's the way the language works. It sounds like if you want to go above the cap, that you would have to like re-deep roost. Go back out to the people. And I know for a lot of smaller communities, that's going to be very difficult. I mean, I don't know how many of you have ever tried to pass a ballot initiative to increase taxes, even for public safety, but they are very challenging, especially on the Western Slope. And so understanding those impacts, I think, are incredibly important. So without advocating for or against, I think there's definitely a lot more information. And I would be happy as we're having these conversations to funnel all the new information that we get over to Andrea to share with all of you and Phil as well, because I think it's still evolving and we don't honestly understand the impacts. And so I'm going to end the property tax conversation, and there's very little, but I'll touch on the TABOR refund issue. But the bill that we passed on the last days of session, and we got a lot of negative feedback about trying to rush a bill through at the end of session. I wish we could have run a bill that would have navigated and taken off these ballot questions and found a deal there. I am disappointed that we didn't, because there's just so many unintended consequences and there's so much information we still don't know. And if we all who actually have dealt with property tax don't understand the ramifications, how will the people understand that? And it's the one thing, while I would never take away a right of citizens to put a ballot question on, I really wish that people would understand the impacts of the decisions that they're making, especially on some of these statewide ballot initiatives. So what we passed, and I've said this in my town hall, so I'm not talking out of school, if I was in charge, it's not what I would have written, but I'm not in charge. So I think it was a balance. Is it the perfect balance? No. Is it what I would have put forward? No, but it's a step in the right direction. And so that was Senate Bill 233. It will basically, starting in 2024, reduce the residential assessment rate to 6.3%. And then homes over $1 million would be 6.5%. What I've gotten some negative feedback about is that it changes the school assessment rate. So you're going to hear this from your assessors, for your county commissioners, that now they have to do 2 separate assessment rates. One for school districts, which will be 7.15 starting in 2025. That will help us to preserve education funding, because as you all know, the state, before Gallagher repeal, the only backfill mechanism they ever had was to backfill school districts. And so we in this bill preserve that, but that requires an increased assessment rate. So school district assessment will be 7.15. Assessors are really unhappy about that. I know I got an earful from the one in the county that I work with. And again, I mean, you all know this is all about compromises. So that was the compromise that came in. Commercial rate is going to step down to 27.9%, and then in 2 years, 25.5%. And if we all remember, Gallagher, part of the group that had really pushed for this were businesses who said, hey, residential is not paying their fair share. Commercial, too much is falling on commercial. We need to have more stability and balance. And so while it doesn't go as far as what 108 would go, the assessment rate for commercial, the assessment rate for commercial in 108 would go down to 24%. It will increase residential assessment rates. So And then it has a 5.75 local revenue cap, which we have also gotten a lot of negative feedback about. Again, it's all about compromise and balance. It's not a perfect bill. I still think there'll be more work to be done. And then lastly, it ensures the bonding issue. So any pre-authorized bond debt is protected, and that was really, really important for special districts and local governments. But we heard a lot from special districts being really nervous about pre-authorized debt. So the trigger though in 233 is if one or both of the ballot initiatives pass 50 or 108, 233 goes away. So because what we didn't want was 233 and then 50 on top of it and then 108 on top of that, it would destroy our local governments. And so there is a provision in 233 that says this will go away. And I think there's definitely some question about, how we'll navigate these ballot initiatives. There has been talk, I'm going to whisper this and not say it so strongly, but there has been talk about another special session, depending on two things. One, if there's the ability to make a deal to take the ballot questions off, then there could be a special session. Or if the ballot initiatives pass, will we need to go into a special session to implement? The other thing about the ballot initiatives is even if they pass, the implementation wouldn't be until 2025. So 233 will go away, your taxes are going to go up in 24 and then would go down in 2025. When you compare on paper the cost savings to taxpayers, 108 will give them potentially a bigger tax break on their property taxes than 233 will. 233, we feel, when we put it in place, was very responsible for working with our local governments to find balance. So we're still in kind of a property tax place of not really knowing what's going to happen going forward. Our people don't know what's going to happen going forward. Local governments are struggling to develop their budgets. I feel like we're exactly where we were a year ago, without knowing what the impacts of potential ballot initiatives passing. So still a lot of questions. I don't have a ton of answers on some of those questions that I left you with, but as I get more research and information, I will absolutely share it. And then just real quick on Tabor refunds, because Phil asked me to talk about that, and then I'd love to open it up. So Tabor refunds during the special session, there was a flat $800 per person, $1,600 per couple Tabor refund put in. Republicans were very against that. We don't believe in flat Tabor refunds because it doesn't address the people who have put more money into the system, and they should be getting more back. The governor and I, when we had our debate on Proposition HH, he talked about the need to have income tax reduction, and I agreed. And it was actually a funny conversation. He said, and again, I'm not talking out of school. He said, well, I said, I had an income tax reduction bill during special session, and we had one during special session that didn't go anywhere. And the governor had continued to say, well, just try to get some Democrats on board. And I was like, Governor, I didn't have to get Democrats on board. You need to get Democrats on board. Especially if you really want income tax reduction, then, get your party in line. My party's there. So Representative Bottoms and I ran with Senator Kirkmeyer an income tax reduction bill. It would be to 4%. It's not as low as we wanted to go, but we thought it was low enough to at least get some tax relief on the income tax side. And it died very quickly in I think it was in finance. Yeah, in the finance committee. And I actually had a conversation with the governor afterwards, and I said, I'm so sorry we couldn't get your income tax bill through. And he committed to continue to work on it with me, which, for all of the things I say, he really has been great in at least being willing to have these conversations and trying to find a path forward. So then in the last weeks of session, we did wind up getting, he and his staff and the Democrats asked me to be on an income tax reduction bill. It will It has a lot of triggers though. It's again, I'm not in charge. So if I was in charge, I would write this differently, but basically it has the potential to reduce income tax to 4.25% depending on the amount of the TABOR refunds. The hard part is, as you all know, and I remember being a commissioner and asking this question and was so surprised by the answer, but basically, as you all know, there is no real mechanism for TABOR refunds. You can stand on a street corner and give $100 bill out to, everyone that passes, and that would be allowed under TABOR. So when people say, well, the governor used our TABOR refunds and didn't use it in the way that we want, it's a little bit hard because it is so ambiguous as to how these TABOR refunds will happen. So we have tax credits at the legislature, which we all have done, Republicans and Democrats. So this isn't new to anybody. We do it for agriculture, we do it for childcare, we do it for businesses on both sides of the aisle. But they did put forward a very big income TABOR refund mechanism for a tax credit for childcare for low-income families that could eat up a lot of that TABOR refund. And so whether or not we'll actually get to 4.25, I'm hopeful based on, the projections for TABOR refunds. But they're still not completely accurate yet. And so we do have some income tax reduction. The governor did keep his word, and I'm very appreciative for his inclusion of me in those conversations and being able to pass that. I am a little concerned that some of the tax credits, especially the big ones that we pass, will impact whether or not we actually get to 4.25. But take a look for that. That will be some good income tax reduction for people, and I think really helpful to a lot of families. I remember having this conversation in committee, and they're like, well, a couple $100, doesn't really mean anything. And I was like, people love their TABOR refunds. We have all felt that. And, I don't know about you guys, but, there's been times in my life where $100 to $200 made the whole difference between going zero in a bank account, right? And I think a lot of families are struggling, especially under the weight of high cost of living and inflation right now. I think every little dollar that they can keep in their pockets and not give to government is a good thing. So we'll continue to push on that and potentially refine that. So with that, I'm going to stop talking. That was the overview that I was asked to give you. More questions and answers, but would love to hear from all of you and get some feedback, especially if 50 and 108 wound up not passing. And there's potential for another property tax bill to kind of tweak what we did in 233, what you would all like to see. So I will stop talking.
Great, thank you, Rose, so much. I didn't do the right back one too. So we're gonna open it up for questions. I believe we have Ray back. If you have any online, let me know. Anybody in the audience, please use your microphones at the table, or please go to the top. So we'll go right back and say.
Well, first of all, Rose, on behalf of Club 20, we so appreciate you representing us. And I think you deserve a round of applause.
Oh, thank you.
And I guess my question, and I think, at least in my opinion, the most important question that I have before you today is, how can we help you? How can we as an organization help Rose and your colleagues get this message out? Property tax is a slippery slope, and getting the state out of the way doesn't just apply to property tax. It applies to a lot of other bills that come up, and you know that, and we all know that. But at the end of the day, how can we help you educate those that don't get it, that those haven't had the experience of being a county commissioner and a balanced budget, knowing what the importance of property tax is for the services that local governments supply, if you will. And so with that being said, it's about local control and how we can still maintain local control and be at the table, be engaged, and help our state legislatures like yourself get the word out and the importance of property tax and how that, I mean, obviously everybody wants to cut in their property tax. We'll all raise our hand to that, but at the end of the day, we still have to have funding to provide those services. So that's my question. Thanks, Rose.
Thank you. I would love to have a roundtable. I'll be out for, barring any children accidents or anything crazy. I intend to be out for Club 20, for the steak fry and for your fall meeting. I would love to try to get, I'm trying to bring a few legislators over. I think it's really important. And Ray and I have talked about this and Wendell as well about getting Front Range legislators to come over to understand energy issues and how different the Western Slope is. And so I'm going to try to get more people out for Club 20. I would love to maybe try to schedule, and I can work with Andrea on this, maybe some sort of like small lunch roundtable discussion with your members that are in town, and really just try to hone in on what this would look like. I have an idea of what it would look like, but what it would look like if we had local control of property taxes, if the state was out of it. And I think part of the issue for legislators that they can't wrap their heads around, and I think we'd have to do some work on, is the Constitution requires uniformity throughout the state. So is that our obstacle? And if it is that, if we're going to the ballot, maybe that's what we need to be going to the ballot for. And then that could free up some opportunities. I do think we need some legal advice too, but so I'm opening up to, we would love to potentially try to bring some people over and have those conversations. Obviously we can do Zooms as well. I think talking to your legislators, especially the ones, even I adore Rick Taggart. He's done a great job. But as a mayor or a municipal level government, they don't rely on property taxes the way that counties do, or some of our smaller special districts and fire districts do. So I think having some more conversations and education, Rick's been great, so I'm not worried about him specifically, but I think having those conversations and not forgetting our municipal folks will be really important as well. And then I think there's going to be, we need to really have a good plan as to what, there won't be backfill. I don't care what anybody says. And I've always said, we see what's happening with school districts when they depend on the state for backfill. Counties, I'm going to say counties and special districts and municipalities, depending on the state for backfill is just not a great idea. So I think the best course of action is to really truly find a way to get the state out and make those property taxes local. I think we just need to figure out what implementation looks like and then convince our other legislators that that is the better way to go. I think we will have that opportunity regardless of whether 50 or 108 passes or not. I think those are going to be really important conversations because some of these cuts could be devastating to our smaller local governments, especially, but even our larger counties. And then the last thing I'm going to say is education of your constituents. Whether you're in government or not, Ray Beck talks to more people, I think, on a given day than I do. I think it's really important that we educate people as to what the impacts are going to be, not just for their pocketbook, because I know that's important. I get that. But what services will need to be cut in your communities if some of these things go through? What are the impacts? So the more education, that's why the more information I can get to all of you to spread around, just so that people really understand what they're voting on. I think that's going to be really important because personally, the reason we got in this mess is because of the repeal of Gallagher. And if people understood back in 2020 that their property taxes would go up this much, and that this is what the impact would be on their families and on their local governments, I don't think they ever would have passed it. So we've got to do a better job of educating the people who don't show up at town halls or join Club 20, but are your friends and your neighbors in your backyard. We have to do a better job there for sure. Thank you.
Rose, follow up, Ray. Next, we have former Chair Cindy Goshen.
Hi, Rose. Thank you so much for being with us today. I can remember back in the day on the Gallagher repeal issue and the concerns surrounding that and exactly what was predicted did occur. When do you think we'll get better clarity on all of these propositions and the impacts and get something that we can have in our hands to talk to folks?
So I'm hoping Senator Kirkmeyer had some meetings and is having some great conversations. I've also been speaking with the speaker. I know they actually, as we were speaking right now, are having a meeting that I was invited to, but Club 20 was a little more important today. That I was invited to, that I know Representative Taggart is going to fill me in on, and Senator Kirkmeyer, to try to get a better handle on the numbers. I'm hoping within the next couple of weeks. I mean, we are running out of time. And those ballot initiatives, if you heard yesterday, an article came out that they had 200,000 signatures for 108. People are really upset about their property taxes. And so I'm hoping within the next like couple of weeks to have a better sense as to what the numbers truly are, what the impact really is, and be able to share that information with all of you so that you can get educated on it and then educate your constituents, the people in your communities.
So I appreciate that because I feel mind boggled after listening to you today, frankly. And it almost seems like a couple of these are in conflict with each other, presenting different ideas. So what happens if they all pass?
Yes. Like I said, and that's why we put that clause in 233 that says if any ballot initiatives regarding property tax pass, 233 goes away, because the interaction between the two ballot initiatives or even one ballot initiative and 233 would be detrimental to local governments. So we do have some backups, but still a lot more work to be done. And really, I still don't feel like we have the long-term and sustainable solution nailed down.
If I could ask just one more question, Rose, you know I don't ever ask questions. So is Gallagher, as imperfect as it was, still a good starting place? And that is kind of, I get the impact between Gallagher and Tabor. I understand what the issues kind of were, but Gallagher had some very good points to it. And so I'm wondering, is that a starting place for a solution?
So I think so. Like I said, when the Senate president asked if I could wave my magic wands, what would I want? It would be going back to Gallagher. I think the first step is figuring out how to get the state out for sure. And how do we make local property taxes local? And what does that look like for our communities? So I feel like, people dismissed it so quickly, or some people dismissed it so quickly. But I do think we need to have more and better conversations around that. And so whether that's going back to Gallagher or having some other alternative, I think some of the issues which we all get on the Western Slope is some of our special districts overlap county lines. And so what does that look like? What would the impacts be? I mean, should there be a regional property tax? What would that look like? I mean, we all know the West Slope is different, but then we also know resort communities are different from our non-resorts, and their frontiers are different. So what could that all look like? I don't know that we've ever really had the conversations we needed to have. I think, and this will be the last thing I say on this, I think we have been so relegated to this box of like, this is what we know. And so we're still trying to work in the box. What I think we need to start doing is throw the box away and say, okay, in a perfect world, if we could have what we needed that would balance essential services and keep property taxes low enough, what would that look like without our preconceived notions of this is the way we've always done it? So whether that's Gallagher, whether that's something completely different, I think I would love to have more conversations.
Great, the next question is gonna be Betsy. I know we're gonna go online, coming back to Jeff. Anybody else need in the queue?
Wendell.
Wendell, okay.
Hi, Rose. Betsy Bear. Hey, I just want to bring something to your attention and also to educate. We are hearing a lot that some of the backfill for school districts could potentially come on the backs of healthcare and higher education. And we're starting to get a lot of numbers. I'm sure you're aware that Colorado's Medicaid redetermination rates are the worst of every blue state in the nation. And so as we've come out of the pandemic, we are looking at, we are serving more and more uninsured individuals as hospitals and as healthcare providers, and we are not the only ones. And so as the general fund is being looked at and the Medicaid funds are being looked at to backfill, we don't think that that's the right conversation to have, that we're picking winners and losers, and higher ed is on the chopping block, we know, with us.
And so I only throw that out because, again, there are a lot of unintended consequences. And if we're already reimbursed so poorly on our Medicaid and we shift that, we cost shift all of that, that's no secret. I can't imagine if you start to dip into those funds and the state's Medicaid funds, what that's going to do.
So thank you. Really good question. So some of this is going to be a little bit just Rose Puglisi perspective. I think there are a lot of scare tactics going on right now, especially because we don't truly understand the numbers yet. And it sounds like the estimates on backfill are continuing to go down. Part of the problem is when we've band-aided, and I say we, I wasn't part of all of this, but when the legislature band-aided after Gallagher and then kept putting more legislation on top of it around property tax, there is now this interaction. And then you bring in 233, and then you bring in these ballot questions. And so what we are all trying to figure out is if the numbers are truly the numbers, and if we are basing those numbers on the right legislation. So, so I think that's question number one. Number two is I think there's going to be a lot of scare tactic. I also know Representative Taggart and Senator Kirkmeyer worked really hard to get more higher education funding. And so in a recent conversation with the governor where he said, well, higher ed's on the chopping block, the first thing that came to my mind, this is Rose Puglisi speaking, is, you know, that's a way to get Republicans in line, especially on the JBC. I don't know that that's true. That's the thought that came to my mind. I have not heard the hospital perspective or Medicaid perspective. I also just don't see it. Again, this is just my perspective. My gut is it's just more scare tactic to get more people on board to oppose these. You know, the governor needs and Democrats in general just need to continue to build this coalition against these ballot initiatives. But again, it was based on the fact that they thought the numbers they thought they had to provide backfill and that the numbers were going to be really big. And I'm just telling you right now, like there is a question as to whether or not backfill is required other than schools. And there's still a question as to whether we're using the right numbers. So I wouldn't hold your breath quite yet. I think continuing to have these conversations, like I said, as soon as I get more information that I can share with you all, I absolutely will. But I think that there's still a lot of questions circulating. So I am not concerned today. I would be more concerned about higher ed funding than I would be about medical funding or Medicaid funding. I just don't see it, but that's not to say it won't happen. And I don't want you to kind of be like, oh, great, you know, I don't have to worry about this, because I think we should always be worried until we actually understand the impacts. But I'm less inclined to think we're going to take it for medical services and Medicaid, especially with the influx of migrants to our areas and the concern about hospitals being able to take care of these people. So I think there's a lot more going on behind the scenes at this point, but continue to stay engaged in the conversations. I think continue to push back against any loss of funding or backfill being taken from Medicaid. I know none of us really support that, and nor do I personally support higher ed taking a hit as well. So I think there's just still a lot of unanswered questions. And once we get that data and really understand the impacts, I think we can have better conversations.
Thank you very much. Now we've got a next question online.
Diane, go ahead and introduce yourself and ask your question.
Had trouble unmuting there for a second. Hey, Rose, good to see you, even if it's virtually. And it's kind of honestly a follow-up a little bit to what Betsy was saying is, whatever those numbers turn out to be, worst case scenario, if those two ballot measures are actually before voters this fall, is there something in the ballot language or the blue book that points out to voters what the potential impacts are going to be if they pass?
I hope so. I know that there will be coalitions both for and against the ballot initiatives, and there will be a lot of information. I think that's why it's going to be so important for us to understand the true impacts and try to educate on a grassroots level. But there are a lot of big interests on both sides of this. And so I think the state, once we figure out for sure what those numbers are, I think we'll have a better understanding. And I do think that information will be in the Blue Book one way or the other.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Randy, do we have any other questions online?
Not at the moment.
Mr. Jeff Comstock.
Oh, boy.
Way back one.
Hey, Rose, this is Jeff Comstock. Thank you for being here.
Hey, Jeff.
You're always such a wealth of information on this subject. So you are well aware that counties like Moffett, others are, most all of our tax base is big industry property tax, whether it's pipelines, power plants, coal mines, those kind of things. Is there an exemption or an exception that this would only pertain to residential property taxes, or is this also going to apply to our largest taxpayers?
So there is not an exemption that I know of. I will confirm that, but, and you're saying in 233, or are you saying in the ballot initiatives?
I think right now I'm mostly concerned about the ballot initiative, but in other words, we want those large, I mean, our rural counties depend on those large top 10, top 15 taxpayers to pay most of the bills in the county. And if you were to make that up on the backs of the residential taxes, you'd really choose.
No, I agree. This is where, so I don't know. I'm sorry. Did I cut you off?
No, you're good to go.
Okay. So I don't know of any exemption or any flexibility for local governments, which I think is part of the problem. This, and Jeff, I would love to engage you on the like making local property taxes local and what that would look like conversation, because you're right. I mean, even on the Western Slope, what you all deal with in Moffett is very different than what we dealt with in Mesa, and is very different than what Durango sees, right? Or La Plata County. And so it would really be nice to be able to figure out a way that Moffett County can depend on commercial and it not hurt them. And others can depend on residential and it not hurt them. And I don't feel like we're there yet. Well, I know we're not there yet. So we'd love to continue to engage you though in those conversations, because I think those voices are really important.
Thank you, Rose. Wendell?
Hi, Rose. Actually, Betsy asked the same question I was going to ask, and your answer covered it on where the backfill would come from. Thank you.
No, for sure. I think there's still a lot of unknowns. Like I said, I can't stress that enough. I think we all just need to take a deep breath and make sure we all have the right facts and information before we make judgments one way or the other. But regardless, I still think there's work that needs to be done on a broader level. And I know we had the Property Tax Commission, and we had some great people from the Western Slope on there. I believe Cody Davis from Mesa County was on there, someone who I deeply admire and respect. There were a few really, really good people on there. I don't know what direction they went in, but it wasn't the one that I think we needed to go. I think short term, sure, but it's not the long term and sustainable. And I think we still need to figure that out.
Thank you. Any other questions? Rose, I think we've made it to the end of the interrogation. Guys, do you understand why Rose is such a special member of Club 20? I wish we had everybody at the big house. And I mean that kind of literally, but I wish we had everybody in Denver that would take time, truly understand the issues as Rose does. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you for inviting me. I was truly honored. So sad I'm not there in person, but I will see you definitely in the fall.
Thanks, Rose.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, well, since I'm the pitch hitter, I kind of changed the way things up so we could get Rose up on the screen as quickly as we could. Gonna bring up some policy issues here in a moment, but I think we're gonna move to Chris. Chris, good to. Okay, so everybody, well, let me thank our sponsors real quick as Chris is getting up there. Reception sponsors, Amy Tooker, and the business committee meeting is sponsored by CHOPA, Colorado Housing and Finance Authority. And now I'd like to introduce Mr. Chris Lopez, who is with CHOPA. So Chris, take it away.
All right, thank you all. I'm excited to be here. Again, my name is Chris Lopez. I'm the Community Relationship Manager for Southwest Colorado with the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority. Most people know us as CHAPA. And again, I just want to also continue the shout outs to Nucla and all the local sponsors for having us here, making those amazing homemade cinnamon rolls we had this morning. So again, I'm just so excited to be here. And so again, I am based out of Hermosa, just north of Durango, but essentially Durango. But I know we love the rural communities here at Club 20. So I claimed Hermosa as my community, which is about 10 miles north of Durango, but I do cover 9 counties down here on the western slope. I go as far north as Gunnison and Montrose, and then all the way down to the southwestern corner of the state. I know a lot of you know my counterpart, Margie Joy, out of Meeker, and she does an amazing job covering the northwestern corner of the state. And lastly, I want to give a shout out to our Chief Communications Officer and my supervisor, Jerry Lynn Francis, because she loves Club 20 and is sad she can't be here today, but I get to be here in her stead because I also love coming to Club 20. So a little bit on CHAPA, who we are. I'll run through these fairly quickly. I've got some notes on my other slideshow, so as long as I figure this out. Cool. Okay. So again, who is CHAPA? We are not a state agency. A lot of people think we are a state agency. We were created by the state in 1973 to address affordable housing, but we do not receive any direct appropriations from the state budget, which a lot of people don't necessarily know. And we have distributed approximately $35.3 billion with the B dollars raised and invested in the state of Colorado since our inception in 1973. Our mission is to strengthen Colorado by investing in affordable housing and community development with a vision that everyone in Colorado will have the opportunity for housing stability. Sorry, I'm jumping with 2 slides just here. Everyone in Colorado will have the opportunity for housing stability and economic prosperity. This year, we are not quite as old as Club 20, but we are excited to be celebrating our 50th anniversary. We have a lot going on with different aspects of celebrating our 50th anniversary. A lot of you said, I thought you were created in 1973, Chris. Well, we weren't in operations until 1974, so we want to honor that, respect that, and do our anniversary this year. So this is, thanks to our marketing and data team, they got me some specific numbers for our regional impact specific to the Club 20 region. So again, this includes the 20 counties here with Club 20. Last year, we invested $2.7 billion in the Western Slope within the Club 20 region, and or $2.7 billion total. Sorry, last year I got that wrong. 322 million though in the Western Slope, and so far this year statewide we have invested close to $1.2 billion across the state. So just want to do some quick highlights. Now we're going to dig into the regionally specific. So regarding home ownership, we have supported 774 households supported through our mortgage products. $237 million in first mortgage loans and $7.8 million in down payment assistance. Celebrating our 50th anniversary, we've been reaching out to some of these homeowners to share their stories about their successes. And here's one from Cortez and Lisa. Again, it's given her privacy, security, allowed her to be creative. She has storage. Who doesn't need storage? We all need storage. So again, that's just a regional highlight of our home ownership. This year, we did just launch our first generation products. Again, we want to encourage home ownership and support home ownership we can. And so we recognize that a lot of people haven't owned a home, or families have owned a home. So we've created a down payment assistance that will be given $25,000 in down payment assistance that is repayable upon the sale of a home or a transfer of a mortgage. Eligible borrowers include those whose parents have not owned a home. Grandparents can have owned a home, but not their parents. And we've also included those who are in foster care. So more information, there's so much on the Chapel website. I'm going to go through a lot of information today. Hit me up with my business cards and I can get you more details on any of the stuff shared today. Another one that's pretty exciting this year, this was actually launched by the Colorado General Assembly in 2021. We administered the rent reporting credit pilot program from 2021 through 2024. And again, we basically enrolled 443 tenants across 33 properties to report their timely rent payments. And so within that 3-year period, average credit scores were increased 42 points. So again, this is helping those renters to increase their credit scores to be potentially eligible for homeownership someday down the road. Single family construction, I'm not going to get too much into this. I just want to share that CHAFA recognizes the need for construction financing. It's not something we have historically done a lot of, but we are moving more into that space and do have financing available for single family construction. A couple examples here actually on the Front Range examples, because we are just rolling these products out, but I continue to encourage and identify projects in the western slope of my region that could potentially use some of this lower interest rate construction financing. Accessory dwelling units. This again was a HB 24-1152. Again, we will be administering the law. This bill was signed into law just this last May. And again, we will be operating this accessory dwelling unit financing program. It's pretty brand new. It has not been launched yet. So again, more information to come on our ADU programming. 2023 rental housing. So moving into our next business arm, rental housing development. So in 2023, in the Club 20 region, we did do a total of $49 million of lending for, again, multifamily rental developments. That it was 13 developments total, supporting loans, private activity bonds, housing tax credits, supporting a total of 629 units. The picture you see here is actually the old Best Western there on 160 in Durango. If you're coming into town from Cortez on the right-hand side, that is going to be converted into 120 units serving families earning between 30 and 60% of area median incomes. Now, just a couple quick ones on state housing tax credits. So again, this was a bill. I think you all remember, those of you who were at the winter policy meetings at Grand Junction, Jerry Lynn went over a lot of legislative housing work that was taking place. And as you all know, she said, we do not typically get involved in those policy, but occasionally we will. So this was one of 2 bills CHAPA did support this year. And this was to increase and accelerate state affordable housing tax credit. So again, this is going to run through the year 2031, and it just increases those amount of state tax credits available that we can distribute to these projects. Transit-oriented communities was also part of that same bill. Again, focused on providing some funding for those developments that will be around transit centers. I personally have a question around this, because I know there's been some grumbling in my neck of the woods about, well, is this just serving light rail type projects? I need to get some more clarity on that myself, because I hope it's not that way. I hope it can also serve maybe some potential bus routes, because I know in rural Colorado, we don't have those big transit lines like they do on the Front Range. So I'm hoping there was some language included in this to also support some bus routes. And then lastly, in terms of the legislature, the middle income housing tax credit, this actually is pretty exciting. This creates a middle income housing tax credits. Most low income housing tax credits support 60% area median income or less or lower. So the need, we all know, can be for much higher income earners that are still struggling to find a place they can afford to live. So this actually is going to support development and preservation of affordable rental housing households earning between 80 and 120%. So this is a brand new program nationwide, first of its kind. Colorado's pretty innovative in doing this. So I'm excited to see where this goes because I know the need is for a lot of those higher income earners, which in our regions doesn't actually seem like a lot. Okay, so now getting into sort of some of our grant making and regional community partnerships. So again, last year in 2023, we did distribute $2.2 million in grant funding across the Club 20 region, 91 organizations supported with a total of 612 technical assistance hours. We do this in the form of corporate giving, I'll mention. I know we do that on a rolling basis. We love to sponsor events here locally. We've been working with the Music on the Mesa as a new event that they just had. I'm actually heading straight from here, going to go meet with the Apple Core Project. They're doing Heritage Days here. So again, those are examples of some fundraising efforts of local nonprofits. We do that on a rolling basis year round. We also have a direct effect grant cycle. We have 2 cycles this year where it's up to $30,000 in funding that organizations can request from CHAFA in grant funding. That does not have to just be programmatic monies either. You can say, hey, we get a lot of money for programs, but as a nonprofit, we struggle with capacity because we only have 2 people here managing all these programs. So CHAFA recognizes that, and people can ask we just need money to operate our nonprofit so we can administer those programs. So we do offer that. And the next round will open on August 19th. So again, happy to provide more information on that. I'll keep this rolling because I know we're pressed for time. We do offer a small scale technical housing assistance program where we recognize that, hey, these LIHTC or low income housing tax credit deals are not necessarily appropriate for rural communities. You don't need 60 apartment units. You may just need 6 or 8 or for sale homes, smaller scale. So again, we offer this program. Our next round, we're currently taking applications, but that'll be due August 9th. But we basically have a team of affordable housing consultants that we pay to provide direct assistance to these smaller communities in terms of community engagement, design, pro forma work, what's it going to cost, to try to move some of these smaller scale housing projects along. I know in this, at least in my southwestern region, we've been working with Silverton, Mancos, Cortez, Ouray. So again, happy to talk to anybody about that program as well. We also just published a housing continuum white paper. A lot of people we all get confused on affordable housing, workforce housing, attainable housing. What is the appropriate language to use? Well, there really isn't. CHAFA feels that an affordable housing means less than 30% of your income. We don't get into workforce and all of that. We use the housing continuum. And so we do have a white paper on that. And the housing continuum really just shows the spread of area median income. So typically when you're below 30% area median income, you're really talking about, not always, but unhoused individuals, people moving into permanent transitional housing, things of that nature. You get into the 30 to 80% AMIs. You're really looking at the rental housing, multifamily rental, affordable rentals, anywhere from 80 to 100. Again, there's your middle income, 80 to 120%, and then 50% area median income above. Typically that's where you can start talking about some home ownership opportunities. On the bottom here, just, some general salaries of different professions, from retired workers to construction laborers, all the way on up to, safety responders, things of that nature. So again, we try to put it in a range. We don't want to categorize any particular type of housing. So now I'm going to get into the last couple slides here. Prop 123. Again, a lot of people, this is not something that CHAFA created. This was a voter initiative for a couple years ago. 60% of the money funnels through the Office of Economic Development and International Trade that has brought CHAFA on to administer those dollars. The other 40% of the Prop 123 money goes to the Division of Housing, which is the state housing agency under DOLA. The DOLA DOH monies are specific to home ownership and homelessness, whereas the monies chapter administrating are more related to rental housing. So this is just a summary from last year. Again, I want to be clear, last year, there was half of the money available from the state. This year, the full amount is available. So last year, with half of the money that's been allocated to this on an annual basis, this is what was distributed. So within the land banking program, where communities can ask to basically purchase property to bank to be able to do affordable housing development, $25.3 million was distributed last year for an estimated 1,380 units. Our equity program, we just announced last week, the recipients of those dollars, 39.8 million there, 620 estimated units. And then lastly, the concessionary debt program. This is to just to kind of help with these, add additional to your capital stack. They call it the money that goes into making these developments pencil. Concessionary debt is a new tool that folks have. And so again, another 14.5 million invested in that last year. Here's just to show basically where those projects were. So CHAFA being the administrator of these dollars, we really want to make sure that the impact is statewide and that it is distributed across the state. I'm kind of seeing the northeast corner there doesn't have a whole lot of love in this first round. So I imagine they're going to be looking at some projects out there, but you can see on the western slope, we were able to get some of those dollars out here through those different, it's a little small to see. Blues, the equity, concessionary debt, yellow, land banking, the green. So again, CHAFA is mindful of trying to get these dollars distributed equitably across the state. Couple examples of projects in our region. The Black Canyon Flats was equity that was just announced in Montrose. Again, that's 8 million from the equity program to support development of 60 units of affordable housing in Montrose. And then Trails of Pagosa Springs, some concessionary debt at almost $2 million going towards Pagosa Springs. So pretty exciting. Getting closer to the end. So this is looking ahead this year. The money's been allocated, given the state's fiscal year just starting. So we're anticipating 48 million being available in the land banking program. 76 is about 15 to 25% of the total funds available. The equity program, about $77 million, and the concessionary debt program, 67 million. And lastly, again, be sure to stay up to date. These all kind of came out a little small, some of these slides. But again, I'm happy I'm here available today and tomorrow. But the Colorado Affordable Housing Financing Fund.com is a separate website created specifically for Prop 123. That's what I got for you. I might have gone a little long there, so sorry about that, Michael. But I'm open to questions.
Zero issue on running long. Anybody have any questions for Chris?
Thank you. So Chris, this land banking program, is that open to county governments?
I believe so. Yes, it is open to county governments and nonprofits. The difference being that nonprofits have 5 to 10 years to actually make a project happen. Otherwise, they have to pay that money back. Local governments, there is no payback requirement associated with the land banking. Great question. And nonprofits, if they're coming up on that 10 years and they're not able to get a project to go, they can transfer it to that local government to avoid repayment of that debt. So great question.
All right, any others?
Thanks, Callie Scritchfield from Rio Blanco County. So I'm hearing some rumblings and I have no idea if they're accurate, so that's what I need to ask. So are there some strings attached to those funds for the housing, low-income housing and so forth, that the counties or whoever is accessing the funds, then they have to allow, I don't know what the term would be, homeless or illegals to be able to live there? That's the rumbles that I hear. So if you can help us understand that, appreciate it.
I'll start off by saying you're probably not alone. I think those conversations happen a lot in community. And so hopefully we're here to at least help with some education around that. So this is Chris Lopez speaking. If Jerry Lynn were here, she'd have an amazing answer, I'm sure. But, I will just share that affordable housing developments do come with a lot of restrictions, but not specific to who do you have to allow. I mean, fair housing is an issue across the state of Colorado that, again, there are fair housing laws that are federally regulated, but when it comes to who do you let into your developments, really it's what kind of target population are you building to, and then that's who you're working with. So there are not requirements around, for example, like, hey, I want to serve, and I'm going to go ahead and buck the trend and say workforce, because that's just something a lot of people say. Like, I want to really serve our nurses, our policemen, you know, first responders, our teachers. That's who my target audience is. If that's the development you're building to, and you want to access some of these resources, either from CHAFA or through Division of Housing, nobody's going to say, well, you also have to include, you know, making sure you have some housing for the unhoused people here at transitional. Not at all. You build your development to target that market. Now, the restrictions that come with that will be time. How long do you have to maintain that as affordable for those people? Those are the types of restrictions you're dealing with, but no types of requirements in terms of allowing a different population than you intend to serve. That's not what happens with these deals. So it's a great question because that's asked across the state and it's a concern of a lot of these communities. And so no, I just encourage local developers, talk to your local developers. What are they working on? What's the market need in that community, for example? So that way, again, you don't want to also build too big units targeting the same income levels, because then you may oversaturate the market with units. So you want to just ensure everybody's talking to everybody and you're building to what your community needs. And so on that note, I'll just mention, we do have funding available for these housing needs assessments, because a lot of the time CHAFA and or Division of Housing are going to want to see an updated housing needs assessment for your community. We do have dollars available to help pay contractors to do those needs assessments. So that'll tell you, here's what the demand is in our community and where the needs are. So that way developers can go, oh, well, maybe I should shift my project to target this income level instead. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of them are showing that 80 to 140% AMI is where huge needs are across the Western slope, because it's, you know, those higher incomes, it's tougher to get those programs for.
All right. Oh, Merritt, Linky, Grand County, we appreciate, we did show up on the map there, so appreciate the work that you guys do in Grand County, so appreciate that. Thank you for being here. So Commissioner Redmond actually stimulated me to come up with this question about this land banking, because as I understood it, county governments were supposed to be able to do that statutorily, but now not only can we do it, apparently we've got money, piles of money to do it. So I guess I want to understand if there's any strings attached to that, or how can we find out more information about how we can do that?
You know, I will get, so again, this website, the Colorado Affordable, I didn't have this.
We might have
Colorado,
closed it.
that's all right. You don't need to go back. I can get you a link to the website and some information, Merrick, but I do know local governments, which is interesting to me because I didn't know that statutorily, but the strings attached, I'm not as clear on the years of development, because I know there are some restrictions on 5 and 10 years in terms of when they actually, you can get the money, but they want to see some progress, you know, towards the development. But I do know local governments can apply for it and don't have to pay that, which is kind of an interesting twist. So let me get a little more information for you and get that to you. It is a good question.
Okay, last call for questions for Chris. Hey, Chris, thanks for being here. We also appreciate the sponsorship of this.
Well, we appreciate you having us. So thank you.
Okay, I mentioned earlier that I changed things around a little bit. We do have one resolution for the business committee. I'm going to ask Brittany to explain it to everyone, and we'll go from there. Oh, I also must ask, I have my script. If you're a member of Club 20, you can make comments and vote on this resolution. Otherwise, join. There you go. That's the only two choices.
Okay, so just a little bit of background, and a lot of you have seen some of the guiding principle work that we've done so far in other committees. This is a very similar process that we did here. There were 3 resolutions, BA 06-1, BA 06-2, BA 06-3. Those have not been revisited for over 15 years now. So we are definitely looking at getting them at least combined into one guiding principle document, so we don't have to list 3 resolutions all in one that all kind of address the same thing when we can combine them into one guiding principle document. So that's what we've done here. We've taken 06-1, 06-2, and 06-3 and created a guiding principle that combined all of these. And as you can see, and this is all red line because it was a brand new resolution. We didn't put it all in the red lines because it was gonna all be in the red lines. But it is all new, and should this pass, it will become a new resolution, but it will incorporate 3 of those resolutions that we have not revisited for a number of years that were kind of speaking to the same issue. So we will go ahead and just scroll through it. I didn't make any changes in any of this other than combining a statement that was very similar in both of them. Which you'll see in that whereas where it says 06-1 and 06-2. Otherwise, it was pretty straightforward copy paste from all of those resolutions. Happy to address any questions that you have as well.
Give everybody a moment to go back through it all. Are there any questions for Brett? Nancy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is this. Great, because I've been an advocate of guiding principles. What is your point that we have, these are all were written 15 years ago. To me, an emerging issue in those 15 years is the urban-rural divide, just rural issues versus the Front Range making so many decisions in planning. And I brought it up in my committee, which is public lands, natural resources. How do you begin? None of our resolutions, I don't care which committee, really dealt with it in a thoughtful, careful way. But we're getting outvoted left and right by the Front Range with detrimental effect. To me, this is planning big future, and any wording we can add to say, consider this, we're not going in a good direction. You've got language in there, you talk about special interests and stuff like that. But I think at this point, when we're talking about the future of Colorado, we need to say the Western Slope or rural areas, some of those needs or emerging issues should be incorporated. And I didn't spend any time helping you beforehand, as I know I should have. Working on my old, committee things, but we also will be talking tomorrow about an ag one, because ag is getting more and more legislation that is putting us in a non-competitive position. And so it's happening in industry by industry. We just heard from Rose Lisi, brought up other issues, and I think this one could use some of that language. And sometimes it's inserting rural and urban, calling it out. But I wish we could get that into there, and I don't propose we try to do it today. Thank you for that.
Sandy.
So I agree with Nancy, and I'm prepared to move on this, that we table this and come up with a more comprehensive guiding principle, and it may come out of executive committee rather than a committee in particular. But I agree very much that we've got some other issues that need to be included in this. And so can I move that we table this for today? And by tabling, that means we're going to work on it and have it ready for the next time.
Well, we have a motion and a second by Commissioner Linke to table this new resolution. until our next meeting and work on it in the process. All those in favor, or any conversation, sorry. All right, hearing none, all those in favor, state aye. Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, proposition BA, quadruple X is taken.
And can I? With that, are there folks in this room that would be welcomed to or interested in serving on that committee to address this resolution? We have Cindy, Michael, Merritt, Wendell, Nancy. And I believe that both Ginny and Diane, maybe they were just looking for it, but they might be interested in getting involved as well. So if there's anybody else that's interested, go ahead, Cindy. Still ought to be in on it too.
Well, yeah, that's as chair.
Should put the boss on there, yeah. All right, Brittany, do you have any closing comments for today?
Oh, goodness. First of all, is there a motion on the floor for every time somebody turns on the mic, they have to say 1 Raybeck, 2 Raybecks? Perfect. Okay, so last but not least, before we wrap up, we do want to again thank our sponsors. Let's give them one more round of applause. We also have our upcoming candidate debates, Western Colorado candidate debates in partnership with CMU and the Grand Junction Daily Sentinel. So please feel free to mark that on your calendar and get online to our website. That registration is open. If you have any questions and want to get them answered and possibly asked on the stage, please submit those. Share this information with your communities so that we're making sure to ask the best questions that we can of the candidates that are going to be representing you and your communities. So this is really important to share it with your communities, and we will make sure to get everybody a copy of that. But please consider sharing this with your networks that you do have. And then coming up, oh, not lunch. Coming up, we do have our reception that is again hosted by Amy Tooker, and we'll be at the Vestal House, and Andrea will get that address pulled up for you. 420 Main Street starts at 4 o'clock. We will have a donation thing there for you because all of it was very lovely and donated by Amy and her businesses. So we will have a QR code if you want to do that. There's also going to be a full bartender and all of that fun stuff and great conversation. So please join us for that this evening. If not, we will see you tomorrow. And we will start bright and early again at around 8. So I hope to see you all this evening.
Got it.